Muchas gracias, señor vicerrector, director del Departamento de Lengua Española de la DGT, representante de la Comisión Europea en España, también Luis González, los verdaderos también culpables de la organización de este evento, que estoy segura que va a ser muy interesante para todos, autoridades académicas, decana, director del departamento, colegas en otras universidades e instituciones españolas e internacionales, compañeras y compañeros de profesión y de interés en el sector de la traducción y de las industrias de la lengua, que nos estarán también viendo en la sala y en streaming, queridos y queridas estudiantes, participantes en línea. Es un verdadero honor dar la bienvenida a un encuentro que, como ya se ha dicho, se enmarca en el proyecto Translating Europe Workshops desarrollado por la Dirección General de Traducción de la Comisión Europea, y es un placer poder hacerlo en nuestra casa, en la Facultad de Traducción y Documentación de la Universidad de Salamanca, el centro del que administrativamente depende un máster, el máster en Traducción y Mediación Intercultural, que desarrolla orgánicamente y académicamente el Departamento de Traducción e Interpretación de la Universidad de Salamanca. El encuentro, que lleva el significativo título de Retos en la comunicación especializada multilingüe en la era digital, es organizado en colaboración con la Comisión Europea por un equipo de profesores vinculado al máster en Traducción y Mediación Intercultural, y en concreto Daniel Linder, Gudele de Sterk, Iris Hall y Beatriz de la Fuente Marina. Es el tercero que desarrollamos en la Universidad de Salamanca en el marco de estos Translating Europe Workshops, que la Comisión Europea auspicia, patrocina y, por otra parte, anima a organizar a los distintos socios de la red de másteres europeos en traducción. Y nosotros, ya por tercera vez, enseguida recogimos la invitación a organizar este encuentro. Esta red de excelencia, la red de másteres europeos en traducción, auspiciada por la Comisión Europea, es una que, desde su fundación en 2009, desde cuando pertenecemos a ella, tras superar un riguroso proceso de selección, aúna en la actualidad a más de 70 universidades de más de una veintena de países europeos distintos, que ofrecen formación especializada de posgrado en traducción y que están comprometidas, por otra parte, con el avance de las buenas prácticas en comunicación multilingüe, multicultural, en entornos multimodales hoy en día, comprometidos también con ideales como la accesibilidad universal. Para la Universidad de Salamanca, la pertenencia a esta red supone, por un lado, participar con socios de excepción en el intercambio de buenas prácticas de investigación, docencia, formación y transferencia, en traducción y en otras actividades relacionadas con la mediación intercultural y las industrias de la lengua. Permite asimismo ofrecer oportunidades únicas para el alumnado, por ejemplo, prácticas en la Comisión Europea o seminarios organizados en coordinación con las instituciones, y supone además poder participar activamente en un diálogo que es necesario para redefinir constantemente una profesión que, como los entornos sociales a los que sirve, está en constante evolución. Por esta razón, y en nombre del comité organizador y de todo el equipo del máster, queremos expresar el agradecimiento a muchas personas y, en primer lugar, por supuesto, a la Dirección General de la Comisión Europea, muy concretamente a José Luis Vega, director del Departamento de Lengua Española, por su confianza en nosotros para desarrollar esta iniciativa que, por otra parte, pretende ser un foro de encuentro entre todos los agentes involucrados en el sector de la traducción, de las industrias de la lengua y de todos los ámbitos disciplinares y niveles en la sociedad a las que la traducción y la mediación intercultural sirven. Por otra parte, quisiera también dar el agradecimiento al equipo de gobierno de la USAL, también a la Facultad de Traducción y Documentación y al Departamento de Traducción e Interpretación por el apoyo prestado a este grupo de profesores que, con la ayuda inestimable de un magnífico equipo de alumnos colaboradores y de otros servicios de la USAL, como por ejemplo el Servicio de Producción e Innovación Digital y el PAS de la Facultad, estamos dando forma a un encuentro que, como se decía, en el que tratamos de reflexionar sobre los retos a los que se enfrenta la traducción y los traductores en unos escenarios profesionales renovados en los que la comunicación
transnational communication must allow the coexistence between languages and cultures and the coexistence between individuals, identities, and very diverse communities in social and digital landscapes in this contemporary era. To address these challenges, we have a wonderful team of collaborators, and I wish to say thanks to them. We are talking about participants from other Spanish universities, foreign universities, and often they come from universities that are part of the EMT network. We're talking about very relevant, very well-known professionals. We also have professionals, very well-known professionals. We have several national translation award laureates. Professor Budelos-Texe, who has received the translation award in the Netherlands. They are going to bear witness of this multi-dimension that I was mentioning. We have different associations that are represented here, either Tremedica, different professional organizations, and other institutions like AFIC, with which we share the purpose of contributing to specialized knowledge in the digital era and in multilingual societies. On the other hand, we will have the opportunity to listen to students and former students, alumni of this school, who are professionals now and who are working in different profiles, in different fields, and have new profiles. So we should also mention that we have students here. It's an honor to see this venue full of students who in the future will come here as professionals, and it's also wonderful to be in contact with many people through streaming. The digital innovation department is contributing to this. So this is going to be a mix of different fields of knowledge, and there are many stakeholders who are here, all of us who are concerned about multilingual communication. And this emphasizes the Salamanca training model, as it's known in academic literature. We also have a legal translation seminar that we organize periodically. The next session will be in February. And there we also invite very different stakeholders to address very complex phenomena. We are sure that this will be a very fruitful meeting, and we are also sure that this will give rise to more dialogue and more cooperation in the field of translation. In a very challenging environment, translation must be the mediator between cultures, languages, different needs, and institutionally there's a focus on inclusion, accessibility, and the right to information. And this calls for professionals, as we will see in this meeting, that have a very solid training like the one that we wish to give in this network of European Masters in Translation of the European Commission, people who also have a critical conscience, and people who are versatile and can adapt to changing professional environments. The situation in the institutions and in the job market require this versatility. I want to encourage you all here in the venue and those of us following online to be active and to be part of this debate, this discussion. We want to be a forum for debate and to keep building this fascinating job that is translation. Thank you very much. you very much, Professor Martin Ruano. Thanks for organizing this and promoting it. Now I'm going to give the floor to José Manuel Bustos Gisbert, the director of the Translation and Interpreting Department. That is the entity within our institution that is in charge of this European Masters in Translation. José, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Vice Rector. I don't want to talk for too long. However, I wish to thank the European Commission because they have made possible this initiative in this multidisciplinary forum that helps us address in a critical way the challenges of translation. For the same reason, I also need to thank the different institutions like the High Institute of Scientific Activities and other institutions that are contributing to this activity and to make possible this workshop. As in my role of the head of the Translation and Interpreting Department, I wish to emphasize our commitment to keep exploring and addressing any initiative that contributes to the scientific progress of this discipline and to help to the career not only of translators and interpreters, but also to people holding any profile in the field. And we do so convinced that collaboration across sectors is necessary. We want this conviction to be implemented, and this is what moves us in many of the actions that we carry out and we've been carrying out for many years. As Rosario said, we have participated in institutional masters like the European Masters in Translation Network, and we have also created a double degree with the University of Heidelberg. We have also promoted other double degrees. We have participated with other schools in the USAL, and we are part of this strategic line in Spanish studies. That is the hallmark of our university. I also want to emphasize that our commitment is very, in our commitment, alumni and professional associations play a very important role because they let us know what the job market is like. And institutions also play an important role with our institutional partners, and I want to mention the European Commission, the United Nations, and the Spanish Foreign Affairs. With them, we have carried out different initiatives, including ongoing training courses and activities like the legal translation seminar that was mentioned. And in 2023, we will hold its 9th edition. I wish to wrap up by welcoming you all to this workshop, and I encourage you to enjoy this example of interinstitutional and cross-cutting event that will help us keep carrying out initiatives for the future. Thank you very much, Professor Bustos Gisbert. Now I'm going to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. José Luis Vega Expósito, head of Spanish in the DGT, and the European Commission made possible this workshop. And we want to thank Mr. José Luis very much. You have the floor now. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone here in this venue. It's wonderful to see it so full, and thanks to all of those who are following us online. I wish to start as I have to the members of the University of Salamanca, Mr. Nicolás, Mr. José Manuel, Rosario, and all the other organizers. This is taking place in the framework of the Translating Europe Workshops Network. I'm talking on behalf of my colleagues Monse and Luis. For us, it's always a great pleasure and an honor to come to the University of Salamanca. We are back after 3 years. The last workshop here took place 3 years ago, and that's when we celebrated the last Translating Europe workshops in November 2019. And I want to repeat what I said back then. You make us feel at home. First, because you always treat us very warmly, and also because we have a long tradition of co-organizing workshops, congresses, symposiums on translation. And all these events, thanks to your professionalism and know-how, are of the greatest quality. I want to repeat something that I said 3 years ago, and I think it's very important to give an overview. The main purpose of this Translating Europe initiative of the DGT in the European Commission is to foster dialogue because the different private and public stakeholders in the field of translation, to facilitate the exchange of good practices and the generation of cooperative projects. As you know, the annual cycle of this initiative is set by the Translating Europe Forum, the great annual conference that sets a tone for the Translating Europe workshops like the one here today. These are organized throughout the year in the different member states, and as it has already been mentioned, these take place particularly in the universities that have a European Masters in Translation. I wish to take this opportunity to greet the representatives of the other 5 Spanish programs in the network. We have Vicente here who will take the floor. The Translating Europe Forum in 2022 just took place in Brussels just a few weeks ago. The agenda was very ambitious. It took place during 2.5 days. Over 3,000 people were present online and 300 people were present on site. And I must say that, as it has been the case in these past years, the presentations and the panels were very interesting. And this is because the Translating Europe events are very popular. I wish to take this opportunity to encourage students to check the recordings of this past workshop. They are available online because I think they can be really useful to provide guidance when it comes to accessing the job market, the translation job market. I want to particularly recommend a panel called Young Professionals Taking Over the Floor, where 5 young people share their beginnings in the job market with their successes and their failures. I don't have time to elaborate on the details, but I just wish to give you some ideas that I took home from the workshop. The most important one was the enthusiasm of these young people and their optimistic view about the future, on the diverse options that are open to young people, regardless of or thanks to the new digital options. The progress of automated translation is there, but young people, digital natives, need to take the floor and help us connect the human factor and machines from a broader perspective that goes beyond this antagonism. On a more specific level, emphasis was made in this panel on the importance for professionals that are starting their career to seek for guidance from other professionals. We have the classical way of doing this, that is associations, and then we also have social media like LinkedIn and Facebook, etc. And there are specific platforms online like pros.com. The moderator of the panel, a young freelance translator from Galicia, told us that she understood that it didn't make sense, it was a mistake to send CVs to the agencies, and what she started doing was to set the conditions of her services. I'm not saying that this is a guarantee to avoid precarious rates at the beginning of your careers, but she emphasized the importance of having a good strategy, and it's also important to have trust in ourselves to start our jobs. And some other words that were mentioned very much were specialization. Today we're going to talk about professional profiles, and we also have the quality of the service provided. I think quality in translation is and will always be essential in a world like ours. Ongoing training, because the technologies keep moving constantly, and obviously we also heard about soft skills. So I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to repeat my invitation to check these recordings online, and specifically the panel that I was mentioning. And the final panel was also very interesting, and I also recommend it. I want to apologize for not giving a more institutional discourse to open this meeting, but I thought that this was what I had to do. So this topic, challenges in multilingual specialized communication in the digital era, is very much connected to the topic addressed in this previous workshop. I'm absolutely convinced that everything that will be said here will be highly fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. José Luis Vela for his words. Finally, to be able to close the opening session, it is very much needed to highlight the role of the Chancellor to be able to address students and guests who have come here to our Faculty of Translation and Documentation, and also to teachers and the rest of people who are here. I first of all would like to thank the organizers, as Mr. Ruano and Rustos have highlighted. We have to thank the DGT of the European Commission for their trust and support towards the University of Salamanca, and especially to Professor Ruano, Rustos, and as hosts of this academic activity. By extension, for their support towards the European Masters in Translation Network, from which the intercultural masters, translation masters of this university is part, and also to support the work undertaken by students and teachers. I also wanted to welcome representatives from Spanish institutions who work to disseminate knowledge, such as FECIT, ACIT, and other institutions that are also participating here, who have collaborated towards the success of this event, and also with regard to the little seeds that will be planted today with regard to the future. I also want to acknowledge and thank researchers who have turned into translation professionals in different fields, who come from Spanish universities, the Autónoma from Barcelona, Malaga, or European universities such as Trieste and Geneva. I want to thank them and welcome them here. And of course, also thank you to all the organizers of the University of Salamanca, who are directly related to the Masters in Cultural Mediation, so that it can work properly. It has been supported from the academic point of view by the Translation and Interpreting Department and by the Faculty of Documentation and Translation in administrative terms. This is a perfect example of the collaboration between students, teachers, administrative staff that have allowed us also to offer these prestigious events and studies. I am Stoic, I believe in law, but right now I am probably also talking from the old Faculty of Law. If I remember well, we have different sites, locations. This is my faculty, this is my home. Even if now it is in the hands of the colleagues of translation and interpreting, it is part of the past and the nostalgia. With regard to Professor Bustos Gilbert and Professor Martin Ruano, both of them are prestigious academics. They support quality teaching, they support students and research, and what is expected from full scope academic as a teacher, as a researcher. Both of them have all these qualities. They have both been vice chancellors. They have boosted policies and initiatives within the university, especially with regard to interpretation and translation. So we are talking about academics with capital letters, leading departments, participating in events, and their institutional commitment shows that this event has been possible. This work is also reflected in other institutions, such as the ones that I've mentioned, but particularly trusting professionals and academics that are part of this faculty. With the clear words used by Professor Bustos Gisbert, just to use part of his words, without many of the researchers and teachers here, they're all very concerned and very committed, and they always leave their comfort zone and go beyond. When we're talking about the masters in translation and interpreting, we are talking about an academic task that is in the avant-garde. It is a full example, and I am the postgraduate vice chancellor. We have 80 masters, we have 45 doctorate programs, we offer 600 training, permanent training activities, and logically within these lines of work undertaken by the University of Salamanca are aimed at participating and anticipating all these trends. I have to be impartial as an expert in law, and also for this reason I have shared these events. We have here a great opportunity that is given rise to significant interest with regard to the important role played by translation in the dissemination of knowledge among the general public, created by institutions and media, academia, especially in a rapidly changing world where technology is so essential. Any initiative policy has to be related to inclusion and accessibility. I am fully convinced that with this work plan that has been designed for today, this activity will be very fruitful. Of course, for all of those who are agents closely linked to translation, researchers, students, teachers, professionals, and other institutions that I've already mentioned, but of course in a wide manner related to other fields of knowledge that are specialized, that have to use translation, and for whom translation is essential to convey knowledge, to enable communication between experts, to create bridges with citizens and, of course, with the visions and interests of students and teachers. At the University of Salamanca, to highlight translation, the role of translation during the important role of the university disseminating knowledge is also essential to link it with the role by Beatriz Galindo, Fray Luis de León, and other academics that contributed towards knowledge and also were very involved in translation activities. As you all know, they all had innovative profiles and they were innovators in their time. Currently, translation is still an essential tool in the commitment of the university towards disseminating specialized knowledge. We can only look at data with regard to job placements of the students of this faculty beyond the prestige of this university, regionally, internationally, nationally, also play an important role in the training of students and other professional profiles with regard to the training of experts in specialized communication and translation. Developing these activities is thanks to the task and the hard work of teachers and their relationships with other institutions, with other universities and entities that make possible the development of academic activities, where linguists and translators have a very important role to play. We have to highlight the quality seal of our university, different specialized seminars in relationship with international institutions such as the United Nations can be turned into an essential tool of the international strategy of our university. We also have the Masters in Translation and the EMT in Europe. We're part of this network, especially with regard to the degree that we hold in collaboration with Heidelberg's University. We can have a look at the strategic plan that has been set by the university during next years. Translation is an essential piece of the strategy of this university, placing Spanish in the center of the strategy to which translators, communicators, and experts contribute to, including elements that were highlighted recently by the inauguration of the International Center for Spanish. I have to be coherent with my first words, by which protagonists are now the ones who have to take the floor. I hope that this event will fulfill expectations, will strengthen the trust and the collaboration between students, teachers, and stakeholders. Of course, as Professor Ruano was mentioning and Professor Bustos Gisbert was saying, it is an honor for us to have this support and this collaboration, and we hope that during further months and years, the bonds that are being established in events such as this one will make possible the organization of even more events, the organization of masters in translation and interpreting. Without further ado, I would like to thank all of those present, all of who are also following us via streaming. We started out the day with rain, now a little more sun, but it is chilly, and it is absolutely wonderful to be here in the city of Salamanca. With this, I declare this event open, the challenges in multilingual specialized communication in the digital area, new translation scenarios and professional profiles, as also part of the important Translation Europe workshops. Thank you.
Bueno, mientras se van instalando.
Well, as we wait for the participants to take a seat.
Mientras se van instalando los participantes de la primera mesa redonda, permitidme que tome de nuevo la palabra para ir enmarcando en términos temáticos el contenido del seminario.
We are going to set the frame of the seminar. We also have to take into account that it has been in the streaming format. So we want to highlight in this regard that this gathering is born from the general perception to pose new questions. This is a growing perception in the translation research in different professional and institutional environments. We are now witnessing a change of paradigm.
En ese cambio de paradigma,
within this change of paradigm, we have seen that translation that has been less visible until now is now seen as an omnipresent ingredient, as a necessary activity that has to be properly managed in the multilingual, multicultural, ethno-diverse societies that are part of these globalized work. Within translation research, we have different examples that in the digital era, translation is ubiquitous. It has been defined as one of the main elements of globalization, and at the same time it is related to our everyday realities in these multi-diverse societies. Research has realized that translation is ubiquitous, it is multi-form. We can see this related to the democratization of automated translation tools, also by the use of different online environments. But at the same time, this phenomena that is multiform and ubiquitous is at the same time, I'm talking about translation, chameleon-like. It participates in many hidden processes related to media, international news, for instance, communication with citizens, in a specialized field and also in just regular media. And related to other events too. For this reason, the research in translation has been approached from different perspectives. We have journalist translation and media translation into semiotic translation, transcreation of social media, translation, accessibility, identifying as translators or not. Also in professional surroundings, this is more visible if we take into account the different definitions given by professional associations. Translation is a synonym of localization, of many other terms. And in institutional settings, this change of paradigm is also happening. Translation is ubiquitous. It has to fulfill many missions. And this has been highlighted by José Luis Vega. For instance, the Translating Europe Forum organized in Brussels not long ago has been tackling challenges such as universal accessibility and going beyond text to text, also taking into account crisis situations, relationships with technology, etc. Videos are available on YouTube. Apart from what we've heard during the opening session, allow me also to share the vision of Laura Ejido. Hello, I'm Laura Ejido Fernandez. I'm a former student of the translation. On the 9, 10 and 11 of November, I was part of the event. The main topics of the forum were very interesting. We're talking about translation in a crisis situation, and also different students were talking about different topics, referring to the different topics that are needed, highlighting the importance of using translation tools. The main topics of the forum were very interesting. Translation in crisis, accessibility, and the ideal profile of translators. When speakers were talking about the ideal profile of translation, they were referring to those translators that have certain attitudes that allow them to stay in the labor market. On the one hand, they have to be specialized. They also have to be able to manage certain translation tools. And on the other hand, it is very important that they are willing to learn and that they're open to new trends. Several speakers highlighted that within translation, there's not one single translation profile. And in this regard, there was one of the speakers that gave a very clear example within the young professionals session, who was the CEO of a Portuguese translation agency. He was saying that before being CEO, he was an editor, he was a manager, he was a translator, a project manager, among others, and he went through the different phases of the production of translation, and for this, thanks to this experience, he was very much aware of the work and the industry. As we have been able to see in the labor market, project managers in translation agencies are more aware of the fact that translators have to use different assisted translation tools. Each customer has a different tool, but it is also true that some tools are more difficult to use, are more complex, are more expensive, but I would like to share one of the ideas brought forward by one of the speakers, is that we are the ones who have to dominate technology and not technology dominate us. I think that the magical formula that they tried to convey to us within the world of translation and how to be successful in it is that on the one hand we have to do networking, and then we should never take anything for granted and never settle. And well, I hope you enjoy the seminar, and hello to all my professors and teachers from the masters. Within training, it is also important to highlight that during the last meeting of the EEMT, different topics similar to today's topics were touched upon: exchange of good practices, exploring emerging language industry jobs, editing in EED, etc. Within this gathering, the EMT competence framework was reviewed. There was work done on an updated version. This was a reference for the training programs in translation, and also with regard to the ongoing recycling of professionals. Within this framework, technology has a prominent role to play, and also in the second paragraph you can see the importance of linguistic, sociolinguistic, cultural and transcultural skills, especially to have critical awareness that will allow the translator to access the market that is highly diverse and that requires him tackling different challenges such as linguistic mediation and accessibility. Within this framework of competences, students are told what they should learn, and this requires translation of general and domain-specific materials in different types of formats and materials, and in specific intracultural and intercultural contexts in very diverse fields of knowledge. But also, this competency framework states that as we're all involved in lifelong learning processes, as students, all of us, we have to monitor and take account of the new society and language industry demands, and also emerging job profiles, network with other translators and language service providers, including via professional associations, and analyze and critically review language services and policies and practices. And this is what we are going to be doing today. We have organized 3 round tables. You can check the program. We have QR codes too. The first one will tackle the accessible, inclusive, efficient institutional communication. Then we have roundtable 2, challenges of specialized communication in science and technology, and roundtable 3, dissemination of specialized information to citizens. We have videos prepared. We also expect to have active debate that will also lead to further dialogue, further networking and further projects in the future. So I will now give the floor to my colleagues from the first round table.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I wish to welcome you to this first panel in this Translating Europe workshop, and we were very willing to celebrate and to organize this with you. We are being listened to from the classroom 2, and we are also being heard in other parts of the world where people are following us in international institutions, in other universities, and in many other places. Welcome, everyone. I prepared a few comments, but since I wish to give the floor as soon as possible to my colleagues, I am just going to address what this panel is going to be tackling. I have with me 4 people that are either experts in studying multilingual communication and accessibility and how inclusive it should be. We have people who have either studied this and or are practicing this daily. So I want to give them the floor as soon as possible. We have Jesus Torres from the University of Salamanca, Silvia Rodriguez Vázquez from the University of Geneva, Gianluca Pontrandolfo from the University of Trieste, and Montserrat Beltrán Poveda from the DGT, from the European Commission. Welcome you all. And now I'm going to launch the challenge. We have to finish at 11:15. That's a challenge. We have 1 hour. We may be able to expand it a few more minutes, but not much more than that. I'm going to ask the panelists to talk for about 10 minutes. They are experts. It's going to be hard for them to stick to the time, and it's going to be hard for me too. It's always hard to stick to the time because I want to give you the floor, the audience. I want you to be active and to make questions. We have a mic, and after the 4 panelists are done, we will give the microphone to the person who will be handing it around. So that's how we will organize this panel. I'm not going to do formal introductions. I will just say where everyone or each one comes from and give them the floor. Jesus will take the floor first. Jesus Torres. He will tell us about the challenges, the accessibility challenges on the technological sphere. I'm going to access the presentations from this folder that we have here.
Antes de ceder la palabra a Jesús.
Before giving Jesus the floor and before giving you the floor as audience, I want to remind that we need 3 extra minutes for the last video.
Bueno, buenos días. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dan. I will try to be as brief as possible. I have a series of examples, and I will try to reduce the examples that I was going to show you to stick to the 10 minutes. I will tell you about multilingual accessible communication and how technology has an impact on this to make this communication more or less accessible, and how these aspects are important in general, but more particularly for translations. Translation is addressing jobs that are more related to translation in general. In my presentation, I will focus on technology as a means for communication. I'm going to give some context. When we talk about communication in institutions and technological means, I will refer to all these types of documents, digital interactive documents that we can see here in the screens. All of these are the subject of accessibility because they are technological documents. We tend to connect accessibility with visibility, which is right to a certain extent. However, all of us
will be disabled at some point in our lives, as statistics and research points to. Temporary, permanently, or because of specific context. For example, right now there's glare, and this glare is disabling us. However, we're all different, and we should never think that there's a unique single standard user, especially when we are morally or legally forced to reach as many citizens as possible. We're talking about citizens who may have higher or lower competence with technological documents, people who may have poor internet connection, people who may have small devices, etc. A way of addressing this is the concept of universal design. If we change this around, we see that a different perspective that we have been hearing lately is that rather than people being disabled individually, is the environment or the documents who disable us, who set hurdles because they don't take into consideration diversity. We're talking about motor barriers, cultural barriers, etc. So we should take into consideration that regulations or the programs in states, institutions, supranational entities include these rights of people with disabilities. But also we're talking about the right to communication and information of everyone, rights to technology, and the respect for multilingualism. There's a series of regulations in Spain, in the European Union, in the Convention of the United Nations to the accessibility of everyone, and Spain adheres to this convention. Let's talk about some examples. This is an image about components that may make contents accessible, and this reminds us to Jacobson's theory of communication elements, the emitter, receiver, and the channel. Accessibility experts must always take into consideration these factors, and particularly users, what the capacities of users of users are. We're talking about hearing technologies, we're talking about voice access technologies, we're talking about technologies for the visually impaired. So, bearing this in mind, an interactive content, a digital content, to be accessed, to be perceived, requires these three components. Not only the text is the one that is closest to translator, but we also have two other components that add meaning in one way or the other to the content. For example, we have the code elements that provide a structure and internal semantics, interaction capacity, which is a series sort of a dialogue with the user, and then we also have the graphic design, how it guides users, the relations between parts, the readability itself. From the viewpoint of those of us who study accessibility and translation, we propose that, to begin with, translation itself, it's a accessibility form in terms of linguistics and culture. And for products to be accessible, need to be translated, and we need to provide this accessible character, and we need to even improve it. We're talking about, if we follow Jacobson's model, we see that there's a translation between different languages to make the content accessible, but then we also have another level that our field is focusing on increasingly, which is these other two modalities of translation also defined by Jacobson: intralinguistics and intersemiotics. For example, we have subtitles for the hearing impaired. Sometimes we have subtitles and not only content what is spoken, but also noises, suprasegmental elements or parts of the attitude of the character that the hearing impaired wouldn't be able to get. Or intersemiotic communication. One of its main examples is audio description. When we change from the visual aspects, for example, we have the visual aspects to the hearing aspects. I have some examples here about accessibility in these different modalities, intralinguistics, interlinguistics, and intersemiotic, to understand those new profiles that take into consideration those elements, text, code, and design. These elements are important, and I think when we talk about technology, we are going to conquer increasingly these aspects, particularly those of us who work from the field of localization. It's not very accessible to have this distraction here. Okay, I'm going to start with intralinguistic examples. One of the classic examples is textual alternatives. For example, here in this presentation, I have a series of images. If someone were to access this presentation on a PDF format, this person would need a description of these images that describes what the intention of these images is. And if we want to translate it, we should never forget that these images need to be translated. Unless they are just as decoration. Here we have another example. There was a translation into other languages, but for example, the flag here, we don't usually recommend a flag. We have UK English, but internally the code is American English. So if someone, a blind person, hears this, they will hear an American accent. And there are hidden tags that often we forget about, but are very important for people with disabilities. For example, the search button here has a tag, and a blind person will hear search. And also, since it has not been translated, someone who needs to have voice access there won't be able to say in Spanish, busca or búsqueda, because it's connected to a tag in English. So there's an interlinguistic aspect that has not been translated, that hasn't been transformed adequately. And someone who uses the keyboard won't be able to see that search box. A few more minutes, please, Daniel. I will give a few more examples. Often, when we translate or adapt the content, we need to create new images that are adequate to the content of the target culture. And we have to translate not just the content of those images, but we need to create the textual content of those images to make it accessible without the element having been accessible. A brief example of intralinguistic or intrasemiotic translations. Here we have an example of this Congress, the 2018 Congress. I was in charge of the internationalization and accessibility aspects. And for example, in this element here, these navigation elements here, and there was a textual representation for people who want to navigate with a screen reader for the visually impaired, because otherwise all the information, the volume of information would be overwhelming. So they can shift to navigation elements, and based on that they will have information on the days or when the Congress will take place. But it didn't work well, and this is one of the translations of that element. Content elements with infinite, endless paragraphs. These are much more accessible if we segment them, if we use lists of multimodal elements like we did in the Congress. We divided in code all the content. Or for example, if we enter information in a cell phone and when we go to the credit card field. If someone has problems entering the information, if we just say that this content requires numbers, that's helpful. It's a semiotic element. We are helping that person understand what type of information is necessary, and we have to translate that into code. I would have many more examples. I could go on and on about examples. For UNAIDS, we translate contents, and recently I volunteered to make the text more accessible. Here we have something that I did in terms of color contrast. The color contrast was not enough for the visually impaired. And we structured the content for people who had to navigate in different sections rather than people having to go line to line. All in all, well, for example, we could have subtitles for the hearing impaired. I want to wrap up with the thought that the person who works in localization can redesign the discussion or the conversation. This is what I tried to explain. Digital communication, interactive communication, and accessible communication has much to do with that.
Muy bien. Vamos ahora.
We will now move to the second person who's going to take the floor in this panel. Thanks, Jesus, for being so concise and for abiding my reminders.
¿Dónde está el ratón?
Aquí, pero no reacciona.
Vale, os pido un poco de paciencia mientras que pongamos en marcha.
Please bear with me while we get the next presentation ready.
Pues os pedimos disculpas por
Apologies for these computer issues. But it was solved. We have a laptop and we will be projecting our presentations. I can't decrease the time that speakers have, so each of them will still have their 10 minutes. So without any further ado, Silvia has the floor. Thanks for your patience. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. On the one hand, because as a former student of this school, it's very exciting. When I come to Salamanca, I feel at home, and the last time I was here was to defend my thesis, my doctorate thesis in 2016. My thesis was on translation and accessibility, so that's an added reason to be very excited to be here. And then on the other hand, it's a great honor for me to share this panel with translation experts and translation professionals with whom I share the passion to create more accessible content. Today, I want to talk about 4 main challenges that we may find as translators when it comes to creating accessible texts to facilitate this clear communication. There are many others, and I'm sure they will be mentioned during the Q&A session. But I will focus on 4. And for this, I would like to start with this quote: "Less is more." It comes from the world of architecture and is the motto of minimalism. But the main idea that underlies it is that things will have to boil down to the essentials and to get rid of not useful elements. But from architecture, it moved to other fields of work, and it has turned into a lifestyle itself. And we see that in our daily life, in industrial design, culinary arts, digital journalism. The trend is always to simplify, to decrease the number of elements that the final user is presented with in such a way that the interaction is more satisfactory. In the case of communication, this statement, "less is more," is also true, particularly if we think about the receiver in the communication situation. The clearer the message, the more simple the presentation, the easier it will be for the receiver to assimilate the information. However, if we think about the content creator, that less is more is a little bit more or less, it's diluted. Reaching that simplicity, that clarity, requires time, practice, and effort. You need to have a great capacity of analysis. Let's think about the target audience, not only its language and culture, but also its abilities. And we need to make decisions on what is clear and what is not clear. And that's where the main challenge that I want to mention lies. What do we understand when we talk about clear communication? Well, when we talk about clear communication, we are thinking about simple language, plain language, and easy to read. And in line with this, we could establish a series of levels based on complexity in different levels and the level of understanding. On one side, we have this easy readability, clear example, standard language, and then specialized languages on the other side. Languages for special purposes. I want to emphasize something. Sometimes we talk about inclusive language, but I didn't want to include it in this clear communication, because if we understand unbiased language or gender inclusive language as the European Commission understands it, or the UN, it's hard to say that it's clear. There is no scientific research that shows that inclusive language facilitates the understanding of the text. This is like a separate discussion, and we don't have the time to address it today. I want to focus on easy to read texts. I think Gianluca and Monse will focus more on other aspects of accessibility. So we know that easy to read text is a series of methods that includes a series of guidelines and recommendations on the drafting of text, the design and the layout of documents to validate the understandability of documents, addressed at making accessible the information to people with reading challenges. It's a way of creating documents that are easier to understand. And implementing these guidelines is the second challenge that I want to mention. We have many reference documents that are accessible, international and national ones. One of the better known ones are the guidelines of Inclusion Europe that created guidelines in 16 languages, including English, with the support and Spanish, with the support of the European Union. So what challenges can we find as creators to implement those guidelines? Well, they're not always accessible in all languages, and we don't have guidelines on how to implement them. We don't have procedures in all languages. These guidelines are conceived for written texts, but lately And there were initiatives to have, for example, subtitles in clear language, and that's one of the challenges. Some are difficult to understand. Have simple sentences. Avoid complex terms. It's hard to do that and to understand them. And there's some rigidity, although they're becoming more and more flexible. Because if we don't implement all rules, our document won't be officially easy to read. And this takes me to my third challenge of the fourth I wanted to mention, and that's the scarcity of resources. I'm talking about linguistic and human resources. As content creators and students know, we have to do something that's essential before we translate, and that is documentation. We look for parallel texts in the field that we are going to work on. We create glossaries. When it comes to easy reading, this is hard. We don't have that many parallel texts in all environments. For example, in the legal field or in the economic field, and not in all languages we have those texts available. And we don't have resources to implement the guidelines. For example, avoid the use of complex words. Although there is research and there are studies aimed at this, we don't have lists of complicated words in Galician language, in Spanish, or databases with pictograms that are tagged according to the cultural conventions to use in easy-to-read texts like the ones that I'm showing in the screen. And on the other hand, we have the scarcity of human resources. There are very few experts in clear communication, I think, and more so when it comes to easy-to-read texts. There's no specific training to become expert communicators in this field. So what we would do as translators, for example, checking with an expert, well, yeah, there are experts in easy-to-read texts, but it may be hard to with them in each of our jobs. So that's an added challenge. And the last challenge that I want to mention, and which may be that we can talk about in the debate, is a lack. It's when it comes to tools. For example, in the regular flow of easy-to-read text would be an intralinguistic text. We have text that is in standard language and it's translated into easy-to-read text. And then we have another example, which is like an alternative translation flow. That would be translating an easy-to-read text in one language to an easy-to-read text in a different language, in the target language. So let's talk about the tools for drafting and validating the text. Research efforts have been carried out that resulted in tools like the ones that you can see here, Erect or A Mesure, that allow us to assess automatically the complexity level in a document, but they are dependent on the language. They exist, for example, for French, but we don't have tools for minority languages. And we need to have a previous experience to use them. They don't work by themselves. If we don't know anything about easy-to-read text, we cannot detect false positives or negatives. And then we have the fact that there are rules that cannot be validated automatically, obviously. When it comes to using automated machine translation or computer-supported translation, they are designed. For example, if I'm translating from standard Spanish to easy-to-read Spanish, I won't be able to code that. And it's also hard to create tools because there are no perfect parallels between a standard text and an easy-to-read text. We could create easy-to-read text translation memories, but there are no resources. And when it comes to automatic translation, same thing. We don't have resources for training. The quality won't be good enough, And the implementation of several guidelines for creating accessible documents can give rise to translation errors that wouldn't happen if we wouldn't use these tools. One of the guidelines that we have in this Inclusive Europe is that we must include one single idea per line. That's one of the rules. For example, in this case, the sentence was divided in 4 parts, and when we use Google Translate, we can see that it interprets the last line as an independent idea. So what are we doing here? We're creating more accessible content because the idea is to have one idea per language. So to wrap up, I want to pose a couple of aspects to be addressed during the Q&A session. And I want to invite you to reflect as your role as translators and to think about those new profiles that may arise. Imagine that the source text that you are addressing does not follow the conventions expected to create clear communication. What level of accessibility can we reach through translation? How can we, up to what point can we be visible? We need to find a balance between being loyal to the text and educating the client. Well, same thing, when you find a mistake in the original, you communicate it to the client. If you find something something that is not clear and it's not going to transmit the idea, why don't you communicate it to? Another thing, resources. Maybe they don't exist because there's no legal obligation or because of lack of knowledge. So maybe there could be a new profile that could be professional, that is specialized in clear multilingual communication. Let's talk about tools. José Luis said that we need to coexist with tools. We need to adapt them carefully. These translation tools have to be used carefully in easy-to-read texts. But we could use neuronal machine translated in very specific cases, for example, in situations of crisis, like Rosario mentioned. Well, I'm going to leave it here. I hope that you found my presentation interesting, and thanks for your attention.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Silvia. We will now move on to the next presentation. Can you switch places on the panel? Gianluca, if you don't mind, if you can sit at where Silvia is right now. Exchange.
Muy bien, ahora.
Great. We will now give the floor to Gianluca Pandrondolfo from the University of Trieste. He will be talking about challenges of the institutional translation for diverse audiences. Good morning. Thank you very much, Daniel. Once again, thank you. As my colleagues have said, I'll go straight to my presentation because we don't have much time. 10-12 minutes, right? I am going to try to set the scene and apply the subject of this roundtable to legal translation, which is my field of expertise. Accessibility, clear communication is going to be related to a specific legal translation in the framework of the European Court of Justice. I am going to be talking about lawyer linguists, a prominent figure, and how these lawyer linguists who work in Luxembourg disseminate specialized knowledge to different kind of audiences. I am also going to be presenting 2 projects that, in my opinion,
bear witness to the challenges associated to inclusivity, accessibility, and clear communication within legal translation. The relationship between law and clear communication is quite challenges, as you probably know. First of all, I want to mention a project coordinated by Dr. Estrella Montoro Duran from the University of Barcelona. This project is called Communication Clarity and Legal Speeches, comparison between sentences in Spanish from the European Court of Justice and Spanish sentences that are national. So there was a comparison carried out within the languages included in these sentences. In the case of the European Union, it were translations from French, and in particular we were interested by several items. One of the framework was to see if the legal Eurolect was an example of clarity. We had several examples of efficient drafting in this regard, and this is what we were looking into. We were based our analysis in the corpus linguistics and in the comparison between the recommendations brought forward by the Commission of Modeling of Legal Language, created here in Spain in 2011 with the aim of modernizing this language here in Spain. The Commission set certain linguistic pathologies, problems that are encountered by judges when it comes to drafting a sentence. So we have a list here of these pathologies: abuse of inserts, the abuse of passive, jumps. And with this project we wanted to see if these features were also present in the European legal discourse. Going back to the panel, lawyer linguists have an excellent role with regard to reducing these pathologies. From the corpus linguistic point of view, the quantitative analysis also confirms in empirical terms that European text, legal texts, are more simple, more clear, shorter sentences, less lexical variety, which leads to a higher level of comprehensibility. I brought forward certain examples of these judgments, but we don't really have time. The results of this Just Clar project are the following. We reached the conclusion that the European legal language is more clear. We have examples of this in many publications, but in reality, discursive pathologies don't disappear. This is associated to several factors. Polyphony, for instance. European judges have to use national standards and regulations, and they can't really do anything about this. But in the case of discursive contamination, we have seen quite a few examples. This might be interesting to students here present. Lawyer linguists are lawyers, are specialized, and then after following law studies, they study translation, and their training in law obliges them, so to speak, to adapt texts in this way. So these pathologies don't really disappear. Let me go to the second example. It is an ongoing project that has to do with the notion of third space. I know that here at the University of Salamanca, several of my colleagues study and research this matter. It is a sociological concept that is close to legal translation. We know that legal translators in Europe and in national countries have to face this challenge of differences with regard to legal systems. We have an origin and a destination legal system, and they have to find this space, this in-between space that sometimes is a mix between the national legal system and the destination legal system. I presented some of the results during a congress in Geneva, but the objectives of the project are the following: to research the footprint left by lawyer linguists within this transference process from one legal culture to another, and how these lawyer linguists solve asymmetries, communication issues. Without their intervention, it would be impossible to understand certain concepts. And how, in the case of terminology transference, they shape a new space that is a mix between both systems. The material that we have been studying is very interesting. I don't know if you know it. It is a comparative multilingual legal vocabulary belonging to IATE that is called the Compared Multilingual Legal Vocabulary. It is a powerful tool for those that work in the legal field. It is essential. It has a collection of terminological multilingual cards in 24 languages from 30 legal systems, and those who use this tool are mainly lawyer linguists, and this sense highlighting their role with regard to clear communication. There's information regarding family law, criminal law, etc. This vocabulary can be used by any person: citizens, law professionals, students, linguists, terminologists, translators, who want to understand a concept. Taking into account that law is so complex, it is about making it more accessible. I can't go into the detail of these cards, but going back to the research project, I want to highlight two specific fields that are present in these cards. The NA field, where lawyer linguists acknowledge that there's no translation solution to solve the legal asymmetry challenge, and there's a sort of conceptual void. And another interesting field has to do with formulation. Cases in which lawyer linguists are creating concepts. They build these bridges, they bring down barriers, and they try to solve conceptual challenges. From the quantitative point of view, almost 60% of these cards include formulations. This is quite interesting. How do they do this? How do lawyer linguists do this? Which techniques do they use? How do they solve these challenges? They can use different strategies, such as the Greek-conical equivalent, the calque, formulation using French, formulation with different existing notions. I would like to mention two examples and then bring forward my conclusions. This is a case, as you can see on screen, of conceptual void. The term improcedibilità in Italian that doesn't exist in the Spanish legal system. What do lawyer linguists do? They describe. This is really interesting. These are little simplified pills of information regarding compared law. The Italian system distinguishes between causes of this and that. And this last term does not have a direct translation. In this context, In Spanish, it could be considered as inadmissibility. They bring forward solutions. This area is very interesting. It shows the essential role and the power of lawyer linguists with regard to accessibility, to make this language more clear. Another important example that exists within family law in Spain would be formulación. It doesn't exist in Italian, and in this case, forward is a calque. These terms, adoptante único, travels in a certain way, and it can also be used in national documents in Italy, as we can see here an example. So what lawyer linguists are doing in the European Union is essential to bring down obstacles and to make communications more simple. Just to wrap up regarding these two projects, we're talking about tools aimed at diverse audiences so that law is better understood. We listen to lawyer linguists, to how they solve challenges, build bridges, and also I consider them to be building new spaces that are closely linked to more accessibility and clarity. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We can now move on to the next speaker of the round table. Monse, please can you get closer to the computer, and we just need a minute to open the document. Thank you.
Bueno, pues presento a la...
Allow me to introduce our fourth speaker, Montse Beltrán Poveda, from the DGT of the European Commission. I would like to add an additional comment because our bios as teachers are on the internet. You can check them out. You have our names. But sometimes, if we're talking about professionals that work in a different field, it is not so easy to find this information. There's an article by her in La Linterna del Traductor, La Traductora Errante is the name of the article, and you can look it up on the internet. Thank you, Monse, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and to share the point of view of a professional translator. I want to talk about the tools that we use at the European Commission. As you know, the staff at the European Commission translates different kinds of documents. For instance, a lot of legislation, many technical reports, minutes, speeches, web pages, press releases, etc. The European Commission tries to use clear language, and all the audience has to feel included. I want to bring forward some questions for the debate. In which way can translators improve a text that is not clear? Should we improve clarity, or do we consider that the lack of clarity is intentionate and should be maintained within the translation? If we have time for this, it would be great to be able to reflect on it during the debate. On the other hand, we present several advantages regarding accessibility. We have different systems to be able to reach out to the authors when there's a problem regarding the comprehension of terms or language use, and we can normally communicate with these authors even in the case of dense, long, difficult projects. And normally we have this possibility. We can request a meeting with them so that they explain concepts, procedures, so that we can transfer this knowledge to other languages in an easier way. Within the European Union, specifically in the European Commission, we have different sources that we use. On the one hand, we have the Interinstitutional Style Guide. It is available in 24 official languages. I imagine that you know it. It sets certain standards with regard to how to draft text, format, guidelines, etc. And then we have different conventions per language. The Style Guide, together with IAT, the Terminological Database, Eurlex, related to legislative documentation, everything that has been published by the official bulletin, and Euramis, that allows us to check previous translations. These are the three pages that I always have open when I'm translating, and I check them out every day and use them every day. Of course, the grammar and spelling of the Spanish Royal Academy, the Panic Dictionary of Doubts, and the Style Guide of Spanish language. We have to dominate, of course, all these other tools. Specifically regarding clear language, the Commission takes this into account and has issued the 24 clear writing tips. It is, you can look it up on the Clear Writing for Europe website. It is in English, but it provides examples in other official languages, and out of the 24, each of the examples is in a different language. We also have this guide, How to Write with Clarity. I have brought some copies there at the entrance. It is an interesting guide, very dynamic, fun, and it provides some advice with regard to how to write clearly. This guide is not only for translators, but also for people who draft text, how to structure a text, how to be clear, use simple communication. I wanted to mention some examples, but I don't know if we're going to have time for this. Out of these pieces of advice, I would like to highlight avoiding ambiguity, eliminating superfluous nouns. Sometimes we have 4 nouns, one after the other, and this is not recommendable. We can always change the order of the elements within the phrase to use active instead of passive. For a Spanish reader, it is easier to have the agent, to start out with the agent and have the active voice used, and avoiding jargon too. We're used to using certain terms, acronyms, and we take for granted that other people know this, but no, it is not the case. And I'm also very careful with acronyms, even if you think that it is obvious. but there will always be people who won't know that acronym. I'm going to jump the examples. And I wanted to introduce you to Claire. She has been created by the edition unit. She speaks in English and French, and she provides weekly advice on clear language. But sadly, Claire cannot leave the European Union, and it is an internal resource. But if you look it up on the internet, I'm sure you will find the set of advice that she normally gives. If not, you can also subscribe to our newsletter. Well, there is always this advice that we receive every week. Here in this case, we have an example. Avoid using too many words. We also have clear writing awards within the European Commission, and we have marvelous clear text. We can present it, submit it to these awards, and then we also have advice. Well, don't write this. The goal of these reports is to describe the work performed by the advisory group on the enhancement of safety and nuclear, etc. Write this. Instead of this, write this. This is the same newsletter with several examples. And well, I just want to say that Claire is very helpful. And finally, I wanted to talk about a video that talks about the enemies of clear language. It is internal, created by the European Commission, and let's see if we can view it.
Aquí. Ahí. Cannot locate the internet server.
Sobre el título. Ah, es posible que no tenga.
Pone cannot locate the internet server. Bueno, no sé si se puede ver. También lo podéis.
Yo no tengo.
Se puede buscar también.
Well, you can also check the website, Clear Writing. The video is there. I'm sorry I can't show it now, but it is there. And we have those who use jargon, the person who goes round and round, the person who doesn't structure the text properly, those who use false friends. These are all the main enemies of clear language, and I invite you to check the video. And let's move on to the debate.
De acuerdo. Vamos a proceder ahora a abrir el...
I think we can open the Q&A. Before that, I encourage you to view the video. We've had a technical glitch, but we are also going to postpone the video that was expected to close this session from a European Parliament translator, former student from the university, after the break. Now we have about 10-15 minutes for the Q&A. But I just want to mention one last thing. Thank you to the DGT from the European Commission for sending us copies of this guide on clear writing. We have these guides available outside. I encourage you, all of you attendees, to go to that table outside. There's a lot of information there, not only this guide. and it has been, well, great to receive this from the European Commission. Thank you also to volunteering students. Let me just catch your attention on Mallory. I want to thank through her the work brought forward by student volunteers who have worked very, very hard during these last weeks and days. So if you raise your hand, we will bring you the microphone so you can take the floor.
Bueno, buenos días.
Good morning. My question is for Gianluca. You were talking about JVC tool. You said that lawyer linguists offer equivalence, but to what point the legal language can allow certain liberty for translators when it comes to doing their work? Thank you for this question. It touches upon some of the challenges of legal translation. First of all, the collection within IAT is specifically terminologic. So anything that has to do with discursive conventions is not included. We're based on the comparison of concepts. Then we have to see how these terms are related in more complex texts with other discursive elements such as phraseology. But I think that to solve obvious problems of inexistence or difficulty in comparison, a tool such as this one is really helpful. We also have to consider that those who work in this field, lawyer linguists, work with supranational documents within the European Union. We have differences in case law and legal systems from country to country, and this is something that has to be taken into account as lawyer linguist. As a recommendation, I would say that it is one of the tools that can be used by the translator, and it cannot replace research, but it is helpful. And Silvia was mentioning the scarcity of resources, especially with regard to legal translation. We don't really have that many sources or materials that can be useful to our work. I hope I've answered your question. We have another question here at the front. Luis? This was just an additional comment to what Gianluca has said. I always try to advertise our newsletter, translation of the European institutions. In this third space of institutional translators, when it comes to trying to find satisfactory responses, we need to find the consensus between the specialized language stakeholders. We have debates that have led to the consolidation of specific options that can be subject of debate, that can be, for instance, soft law. We had different options, and we opened up the debate in Punto Coma in our magazine, and we found a consensus. And in this convergence, regardless of where the translator is tackling this challenge, there's a void. I have a good solution for this, and I think that Punto Coma as a vehicle of debate, exchange of information, ideas, etc., can be an excellent tool, and I always encourage you to use it. You don't have to be a student, you don't have to be a professional translator or teacher. This is common. And the term in Spanish, indefensión, does not have an equivalent in legal French. And, French lawyer linguists have had to find solutions to this. The ideal solution would be to find the majority consensus. And I invite you to use Punto Coma to be able to reach this.
Thank you very much. Now you have a longer list of books to read. La Linterna del Traductor and Punto y Coma are the two things that you have to start reading. Someone asked for the floor in the back of the room. As a language teacher, I am passionate and concerned about easy-to-read texts. I haven't worked in this field, so I come from a very naive point of view. Have drafters become so baroque that we have gotten so far away from reality that we need mediators? Or is it that readers have become so simple that we don't understand things? And as a language teacher, should I aspire to my students and to all drafters to read directly in something very similar to easy-to-read texts? A very good question. Silvia and Jesus, I think, should answer this question. I'm going to add an additional reading because Gianluca travails with Estrella Montoliu, and we need to read El Derecho a Entender, the right to understand. She explains many things about accessibility, clear language in connection to law, about easy-to-read texts. And Silvia said what is being referred to easy-to-read language includes that range that goes from easy-to-read texts, is usually defended as something for people with learning disabilities or issues for understanding texts, to avoiding speeches that are written with jargon, with very complex structures for citizens. Because if we want to reach citizens, for example, the legal language needs to be made understandable. So there's a whole range, and we need to understand that diversity of options. But specifically, what is referred to as easy-to-read texts, and there are many, many different ways of referring to this in many languages in the world. Sometimes easy-to-read texts are called clear language. Well, it depends on the country, but it is about avoiding barriers for people who have difficulties to understand things or to read, people who have some disability, people who are migrants, etc. So we need to learn how to understand those different needs. It's a very interesting exercise of translation in general. Thank you very much, Teresa. It's very interesting, and it's a question that we pose ourselves every day, even researchers who are specialized in this field. And I agree with Jesus. Easy-to-read texts were initially conceived for people with a cognitive disability, but in this diversity of neurodiverse people, there's a great range of competences. Often, universal design of language, we know that it's a utopia almost, because what works for someone may not work for someone else. But it's important as teachers for us to disseminate these rules and the fact that these rules exist. So we may all run into texts that have been drafted with this purpose, and we need to be able to transmit that clarity to the source language. true, there's also a stigma when it comes to easy-to-read texts. Because recently, for example, in a study that we carried out with hearing impaired people, we introduced the materials in a survey in easy-to-read texts. Because scientifically it's been shown that this group may be the recipients, and there was a rejection. People saying, I don't want these icons here, I don't want to hear a text like that. There's this idea that easy-to-read texts can be offensive or discriminatory, and it's the other way around. We should be able to make it clear that this is about openness. If I find an easy-to-read text myself, sometimes I'm like, well, I was totally able to understand this. It's true that they're very repetitive. You lose the beauty of language that you probably want to transmit in your classes. But just being able to recognize that symbol opens a path for us as translators. But it's an ongoing debate. Thank you very much, Silvia. There was a question here. So let's hear these last two questions. And the one here.
Sí, yo quería hacer una pregunta, que es más o menos la que se planteó en la última ponencia, sobre si el traductor puede hacer un texto que no es claro, más claro, en el contexto de la Unión Europea, y más concretamente con los textos legales, que en muchos casos tienen efectos directos y que, si no me equivoco, en algún caso llegaron hasta el Tribunal de Justicia porque una traducción en un idioma era más concreta que en otro, y sobre cuál de las dos podían solicitar un interesado, un ciudadano cualquiera, que se le aplicara. Entonces, el límite y cómo es la experiencia de una persona que traduce en la Comisión Europea, esa lucha o ese conflicto de intereses de ser más claro o ser fiel al original, aunque suponga una mayor abstracción, un problema para la comprensión.
Because sometimes being faithful to the original may create a problem for understanding the text. Well, that's one of the main questions. When we translate laws, we translate regulations, directives. The ones that are published in Spain have to be implemented directly. So we always need to understand what we are translating. We should never go beyond or than the original, than the source text, or not get as far as the source text, because all languages are considered to be binding and as originals. So you need to understand the topic really well, study it, and if there's any vagueness in the source text, we talk to the authors, we make sure that it is intended to be like that. So if there's vagueness, we must transmit that same vagueness in our target language. And that's one of the main difficulties in our job. Indeed. I don't know if I answered your question.
Si parece bien, pasamos el micrófono.
We're going to give the floor to José Luis and then to the next
Solo
student
quiero
who has
añadir
raised,
algo
who
a
have
lo
raised
que
her hand.
ha dicho Montse.
I want to add something to what
Quiero que
Montse said.
responda a la pregunta.
To answer this question.
Quizá esa labor invisible
Maybe
del
that
traductor,
invisible task
tú lo
of
has
the
mencionado ahora
translator is what
brevemente
you
en la
just mentioned
respuesta,
briefly
que
in your
consiste en que,
answer.
claro, en nuestro caso,
In our
23
case,
traductores,
we have
lectores muy
23
atentos de las propuestas
translators
legislativas
who
cuando
read
llegan a nuestro
all
nivel,
the,
pues encuentran muchas
legislation,
incoherencias
and we
en
find
el
many
original. O sea que
incoherences in the
en
source
ese
text.
sentido ya la traducción hace que la legislación sea
So,
mejor, porque
in
se
that
han
sense,
detectado en la fase, y eso
translation
claro el
improved
lector final no lo
legislation
ve,
because
o
we
sea, el traductor ya ha
received this vagueness,
contribuido
and the final reader
con
doesn't see this
anterioridad
because
a
translators
limar una
have
serie de
contributed
incoherencias, incorrecciones, etcétera.
To
Y
improving
luego,
that series
por otro
of
lado, también creo que
inconsistencies,
es
vagueness,
normal,
etc.
y
And
espero
then
que
on the
esto
other
también
hand,
responda a la pregunta, que el traductor tenga la ambición de que su texto sea más claro y quizá esté redactado de forma algo más elegante, porque nuestros pobres autores en la Comisión casi siempre son pues hablantes no nativos del inglés, que es casi siempre lo que nos llega para traducir. Y claro, si tú estás trabajando sobre un documento que con mucho apoyo
that may have been written by the legal experts, but at the end of the day, those documents are often written by people who are not native English speakers. So usually translators aim at making our texts more clear and in a more beautiful language. Thank you very much for your question. And there are two last questions. I received a question from the classroom 2. When you talked about the relation between translation and...
Sí, sí entendido una...
I don't know if I understood the question right. Do you mean to lower the registry? Not necessarily. I think the answer is no.
En el sentido de que uno puede mantener un registro...
You can have a high register or level and avoid those language barriers that make it harder to read the text. That's my answer.
Sí, tomamos la última pregunta.
One last question.
¿Ahora? Vale.
My question is addressed to Montserrat. As you know, in the Commission, we all know that they take into consideration the style book and the IATE translation memories. And then on the other hand, the Spanish Language Academy and the Pan-Hispanic Dictionary of Doubts. And I'm curious about something. Have you ever been in need to contact directly the Spanish Royal Academy, the RAE, because you found a new term or something that was very specialized and is not included in the dictionary? Have you ever been in contact with the RAE, with the Royal Academy directly? We have to deal every day with new terms that are being created and that are not fully defined or coined in the Spanish language. It's clear that the first thing that we do is to see if they are included in the dictionary, in the RAE. If they're not included, we try to make more general searches. If the term is very specific, very technical, rather than contacting the Royal Academy, we contact specialists or other international entities or institutions that are specialized or people that we know, experts or people that we are in contact with. We all have a big network of contacts. So if at the end of the day, experts can give us an answer, the next level is the Royal Academy. That would be the last level. There are words that take a long time to make it to the Royal Academy. For example, the word software or hardware. When the Royal Academy finally included that in their dictionary, I was in bliss, because we were using other terms and it was very hard, but we could not use all the terms that, I mean, the actual terms that everyone was using, hardware and software in Spanish. Finally, the Royal Academy accepted it and we could finally use them. So it's not easy. It's not an easy thing. I want to add something to what Montse is saying. This probably happened in the times during the time you were in the United Nations, not in the DGT. But there is a very good example of this that for once it helped everyone and everyone was happy about the solution. And the term is gobernanza, a translation of governance. Finally, the white paper on governance was published 15 years ago, I think it was. We knew that the English term governance was creating problems, because It was translated as buen gobierno, good government. It was giving problems because there was no good translation. Someone proposed gobernación, and some of us who are older, that brought to our mind Francoist times. There was no good solution for governance. So we had a public debate that can be tracked in Punto y Coma, in the magazine that I was telling you about, and our language coordinator, Amadeu Solan, was kind of like the mediator, and he talked to the academy, the Royal Academy, and he said, we have seen that the term gobernanza appears in the Royal Academy, but as an archaism. And it was an archaism, and it had been an archaism in English too. It's an old term that was recovered in English. It was a vague concept, but the vaguer it is, the more we are interested in translating it directly. So the Royal Academy accepted the argument proposed by Amadeu that's been published in Punto y Coma, and the definition was updated. So the term that appeared as an archaism was redefined, and well, the definition that they had in the Royal Academy is not totally perfect for us, but you know, they adapted. The Royal Academy is not as rigid as it may seem. I think any speaker, any Spanish speaker, can consult the academy. And now we say gobernanza, which makes our lives way easier, because the vagueness of English is transmitted in Spanish equally, in an equally vague government. Because if you say buen gobierno, good governance, good government, you're going farther. But whereas governance is something that is more vague, more diffuse. Thank you, Luis. For those of you who don't know him, Luis González is the representative of the DGT in Madrid, and he will take the floor during the closing of the event. We hadn't introduced you yet. We're going to wrap up this panel. We're going to take a break, and the next session is programmed to start at 11:45. Thank you very much for your active participation.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to continue. I want to start by thanking the three panelists that I have here so far. I'm sure that the fourth panelist is about to arrive. Now, there's 5 of us here. Thanks for accepting our invitation, and thanks for making room in your very tight agendas. And to all of you, everyone who's connected remotely, and people in classroom too, thanks for being here, and welcome to the second round table on challenges in specialized communication in science and technology in the global era. I'm going to start with a very simple remark. Science and technology are everywhere, and often we don't realize. Here in this venue, we have a microphone, a pen, my contact lenses. Everything is connected to science and technology. And we are also talking about science and technology in many different contexts. Communication contexts, in languages, the ones that exist and the ones that are to come. But in the current situations, the one that we are focusing on, the current times are characterized by 3 elements that I will show you in 3 images, because images speak more than words. 3 images that could serve as an X-rays of our days, of the year 2022. 3 images that reflect really well the current situation. First image, no comment. The world's scientific production, as we can see here in this graph, takes care and happens in English, basically. This is a first fact. Global monolingualism at the highest level of multilingual specialized communication. Second image. What happens when it comes to dissemination? Here, what we see is that there is apparently contradictory trend, because according to a report from Eminent, that is a center that researches on languages in the world, according to them, multilingualism in all levels that are not specialized is booming. Companies that only offer their products in the 10 most important languages in internet are losing millions of potential users and consumers. That is, final users rather buy and use products in their own languages. And this is a trend that is promoted by the use of new technologies. Languages that were not here, for example, in software and multimedia products and websites, are present in our days. So these two trends are complemented or complement each other, and this is reflected in the needs for translation and the new communication jobs and the specialized multilingual jobs. So what is the outcome? So far, we are not about to become extinct. We see that the number of translations and service languages keeps increasing. So this is kind of like an overview of the current situation. And to give some context on this panel, well, let's think about the question. What is the situation of Spanish in the light of this general scenario from the different perspectives represented by each of the panelists? And what are the actions that could be fostered to foster science and technology in Spanish? In other words, and I go back to the title of the panel, what are the challenges of specialized communication and science and technology in Spanish and in other languages? But of course, the Spanish language has a special weight because it's the third most important language in the world. And this topic will be addressed from 4 different perspectives. We have the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, the Spanish Association of Terminology, the Director General of Translation of the European Commission, and the university. On this panel, we will talk about communication as such, specialized communication in Spanish, and then from the perspective of translation, and from the point of view of Spanish teaching, the teaching of Spanish language. I'm going to give the floor to Inma Aguilar Enache, who's a journalist and expert in communicator and the General Director of the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology. She will tell us about the challenges for the specialized production and communication in science and technology in Spanish. Thank you very much and good morning. I think here I have the role. Well, this is a workshop with institutions, members of the academy, and the university. I have the institutional role and public policy because the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology is a public foundation under the Science and Innovation Ministry. I think one of the aspects that we have to consider when we talk about the presence and the weight of a certain language is very much connected to the public policies promoted or designed about what their role is going to be. Also in connection with the identity of the countries that use this language. And this has much to do with the geopolitical presence of this language. If we take this into consideration, and knowing the facts about the number of speakers in the world, the number of Spanish speakers,
por casi 500 millones de personas.
It's a language shared by it's the second language in terms of speakers in the world, the third overall if we add the native competences, limited competence, or people who are studying Spanish. So if we add all of these users, we would be talking about 600 million. It's a third language also in terms of use on the network. These would be some of the facts that bear witness about the geopolitical importance of Spanish, that is capable of creating a big club of countries that speak one language. When it comes to this approach that the moderator described, I would like to talk about a political umbrella, and that is the human right to science. The human right to science is the most recently right created by the United Nations. It hasn't been developed, and in the past 2-3 years it has been developed. This means that so far no countries have implemented the human right to science in their legislations or constitutional frameworks. Spain is the second, Mexico is one of the first countries to have implemented this right to science in their constitution. So there are public policies that foster the universal access to knowledge. In other countries, this is called social appropriation of knowledge. In other countries, this is referred to as popularization of knowledge, and we call it divulgación in Spanish, that can roughly be translated as dissemination, that has less of a political connotation. In the case of Colombia, in Colombia, this access to science is referred to as social appropriation of science or social appropriation of knowledge. That's the term used in Colombia. So this is a very relevant umbrella. We're not talking about languages as way of communicating on a daily basis. We're talking about something as major and as important as a human right. Sometimes the access to science can be mixed up with the right to use drugs, and that's why it took such a long time to develop the right to science, because in many places this was interpreted as countries or people having access to drugs, and this clashed with industrial interests. You probably know what I'm talking about. But human right to science goes beyond that. It has to do with social participation, the social participation of science policies that can have a social impact and that can create social well-being and development. We are referring to informed decisions. Decisions of all types by all citizens in any place. We are referring to facts that are very much connected to democracy, development, and well-being. This said, in the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, and in connection with the National Innovation Development Policy, and in connection with the political frameworks that we have, the dissemination of knowledge to society, because there's another type of knowledge transference, and that is the transfer of knowledge to the industry. But now we're talking about the transfer of knowledge to society, and this is this is connected to the public investment in science. This investment is aimed at improving the life quality of citizens. Science policies are not aimed at improving the situation of scientists. They are aimed at improving people's lives. And this is the political institutional framework that we have in the foundation and in coordination with the ministry. This means that we are in favor of focusing on dissemination, that is, transmitting knowledge to society in all its formats. And when I use the word divulgación, dissemination, roughly speaking, we can be talking about anything that is launched to citizens without taking into consideration the audience or the emitter. But if we think about the emitter, we should think about scientists, or some people disseminate from the world of sciences, from the world of journalism, or scientific communication from the world of like leisure or entertainment. But we also have to think about the receivers. Who is the audience? Dissemination isn't only targeting informally all audiences, but we can talk about journalists, dissemination. We can also be talking about the parliament. This week, the first scientific advice reports were presented. I am really proud to be directing this project. So in this case, the audience or the target of this knowledge transfer are legislators themselves. There are many targets of this knowledge transfer, and the purpose is always to facilitate informed decisions based on scientific research. And this is a human right. I want to emphasize that. There are two frameworks that have been drafted recently in Spain to foster Spanish as a science of language. On the one hand, we have the European project, I don't know the title, it's something about resilience and transformation. It's called by its acronym in Spanish, which is PERTE. This includes the industry, academia, citizens, and public administration. Those four stakeholders, they come together in a mission. This PERTE is called New Language Economy. This is aimed at having economic competence of our language. There is a strong there's been a strong investment for Spanish to be part of a new ecosystem. And this PERTE has different pillars. One is tourism, the other one is language technologies and artificial language, and in my case, I represent science in Spanish. A little over 2 years ago, we created an alliance with the Instituto Cervantes and the Ministry of Science and Innovation for the promotion of Spanish in science and technology. And I think this is another project that is aimed at fostering Spanish, and this came before the PERTE, the Strategic Projects for Economic Transformation and Recovery. Joaquin knows this very well because many different stakeholders are included, private public entities, the academia, professionals, the Science Institute, the CSIC, of course the Real Academy. I didn't mention the Real Academy because it had to be there, obviously. We're talking about a work group that drafted a series of recommendations that we shared with the government and that are connected to many things. For example, this work covers terminology, and Joaquin will talk about this. For me, one of the most important outcomes is that we have to work on two lines. Scientific publications, that is, what scientists publish and share with their peers, with their community, with the purpose of being referred to or mentioned and have an impact for their publications, to have a specific impact index. And Godele showed a graph that made it very clear that the lingua franca, the communication language, in terms of efficiency and efficacy, I want to publish in English because I want to be read by other scientists in other countries, and I want to be cited or quoted, because that's what makes my science evolve, or help or contribute to the evolution and the development. And if we're talking about that field, over 90% of the scientific publications happen in English. This is a debate, and then, we can talk about publications. And I am going to try to make a statement here. With public money, researchers are publishing, and then they have to pay to be published, and the people who read have to pay for it. And the return over that investment can only happen if there's a transfer of knowledge. Otherwise, the public money goes directly to the publication industry, to the oligopoly. I think we really have to work on that, obviously. But we should always take into consideration that what matters the most in this language community is efficiency. That is, the use of the language. Some years ago, that main language was German. And before that, we had Latin as a lingua franca. And maybe in a few years, it may be Spanish. That's fine. But my opinion, that may be shared by many people in my work group, I think where we have to focus is on dissemination. Citizens need to right to know what's being researched and how that research can have an impact on their lives and how they can make decisions based on those evidence. And I think we have to be much more proactive and much more feisty when it comes to public policies to incentivize, foster, and promote publications in Spanish. I'm talking about scientific publications. We're talking about the knowledge transfer to society in its different formats. Because this arises from a human right. I started with this. It arises from a human right and an economic right. There's an investment, and citizens must benefit from that investment. In the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, and as the moderator was saying, I was telling you about the most outstanding actions in terms of political relevance. Some of them are still underway. But in terms of our activity, we have we have a mission, which is to connect society and science. And we want to have a scientific activity that is inclusive and participatory. We have a project on scientific journalism that has SYNC. SYNC is part of it, and it's a news agency, a science news agency. We're going to adapt it to diverse audiences, considering the younger audiences. We also have the Science Media Center, which is a platform for advising media and journalism on giving better scientific communication in the media. After the pandemic, we have witnessed this boom on the demand for information, but it has to be science-based information that contribute to better decision making. During the pandemic, we had to make decisions like whether or not to get vaccinated, AstraZeneca, the other vaccination. Do I get the third shot, yes or no? So during this situation of the pandemic, there was a growth in scientific information. So journalists needed better tools to inform when it came to sciences. And then we had an expert crisis, something that we refer to as a expert crisis. We were all expecting very clear recommendations from science. And science is not capable of doing this because science evolves, science changes, and science can contradict itself. And in the different fields of sciences, sometimes there are no agreements because each sector studies different, each discipline studies different parts of a problem. So during that time that is happily over, so during that time there was a crisis of experts. For example, a virus expert would be talking about something that should be mentioned by an epidemiologist. And of course, Ana Rosa Quintana, who's like a TV commentator or anchor woman, would be repeating something by that a virologist, and the people were like, a sociologist would be saying something, a sociologist would be saying something else, the epidemiologist would be something else. So in that situation, sciences, well, finally we started understanding that there's a dialogue between the different disciplines, and public policies must be interdisciplinary and should include all the opinions from all the different disciplines. Time. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it here, and because my intention was just to launch some ideas to serve as food for debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Inma. Creo que nos podemos quedar.
Thank you, Ima. I think that, yes, science belongs to all of us. Together we're stronger. Alliances and the dissemination of science, of course. And now I would like to give the floor to Joaquín García Palacios. He's not going to be talking as a terminology expert and teacher. He will be talking as the president of AETER, the Spanish Association for Terminology.
Bien, como...
Well, considering that we're talking about challenges, reto in Spanish, first of all, I'm not going to use the definition of challenge, reto, by the dictionary. I'm going to use the corpus of The Conversation, a project in which was launched regarding this word. When we talk about this word in Spanish, it means somebody that has to solve, overcome something, and this leads to a difficulty or a problem. This difficulty, this problem, I want to link it to what Ima Aguilar has just said. She's highlighted the right to scientific language, and I also wanted to highlight that there's a right to scientific communication and with several approaches, and it has to be also in Spanish. How to turn this knowledge into an expert field. Any challenge requires certain steps. First of all, to identify, set the problem. We have a problem. What is it? What does it look like? And why does it occur? If we've set this properly, we will be able to solve it. This is the line of thought of my presentation. But sometimes the problem cannot be seen, and that is, of course, an important problem. Maybe it is due to optimism, fiction of strength, certain trees that don't allow us to see the woods. In many occasions, from the political sphere, it is said that, well, we are very strong, we are more than 500 million, it's the second international communication language, self-complacency in reality. But sometimes also we can have pessimistic reasons. It can be the fiction of non-existence, because it is said that it is not necessary to use other languages different from English in scientific communication because of communication efficiency. If I want my research to be understood by everyone, well, I have to publish in English, and that's it. Well, why should this be the case? The fiction of impossibility entails that nothing can be done about it. It is a situation over which we cannot intervene from our personal perspective, and it is impossible also from the institutional perspective. I don't have time to go into details, but taking into account that this is a current debate, you can probably understand where I'm heading to. In the meantime, we can observe that scientific production in Spanish is very low. Different actions taken by scientists and politicians to be able to change this dynamic, well, yes, they exist. This has occurred. Efforts have been made, but insufficient. For instance, all scientists saying no to publishing in a specific language. Also, communications that are specialized in Spanish, for instance at university, are highly contaminated by other linguistic codes. Certain degrees are, well, taught in English, just directly, and this, of course, has an impact. For instance, in the case of the Spanish of Colombia, having people reading in English, teachers teaching in English, this means that newly graduated doctors don't have the right terminology in Spanish. And also we can mention several difficulties related to the access of quality terminology in Spanish. And our students can see this when they want to document research, their projects. It is easier to do so with regard to quality terminology in English. There are many mismatches when it comes to terminological matters in the field of neuronal automated translation, and very long etc. We are carrying out efforts, efforts have been carried out also with regard to the Alliance for Spanish in Science and Technology that have put forward reasonable proposals to the government, to institutions. The problem has been clearly identified. Just do something about it. From Instituto Cervantes, we've seen publications in La Revista de Occidente, also the articles regarding science shared in Spanish. We have, well, many magazines, publications that have analyzed this problem. And we also have, of course, machine translation that is working better and better. The Royal Academy of Medicine has shared the dictionary of medical terms. All of these are efforts that lead to slowly changing this situation. Obviously, it is not a recent new problem. I have just mentioned some of the approaches. We have, for instance, at the beginning of the 20th century, Leonardo Torres y Quevedo mentioning the project of creating a technological union to be able to gather, catalog, and foster scientific publications in Spanish and maintain and perfect technicisms. The same goes for a physicist, Esteban Terradas, neologismos, arcaísmos y sinónimos en plática de ingenieros. It is a wonderful work with excellent reflections for translators. Translators having to understand concepts to be able to do a good job, insisting on the fact that extra-linguistic justifications force us to adapt, not due to foreign influence. In La Revista de Occidente, José Antonio Sacristán, the director of Lilly Foundation, mentioned the following: if our language cannot integrate efficiently all concepts and knowledges linked to technology and science, it will be very difficult for us to be able to improve our scientific culture. And I think we are all pretty aware of this. We were mentioning that we had to set the problem, diagnose, analyze it, and then look for possible solutions. There's a dissemination of terminology within specialized areas. We have difficulties when it comes to finding in vivo terms, the need to have them linked to textual corpuses. Resources that we have are not updated regularly. There are no clear criteria to adapt terms that come from other languages. We also need to have terminologies that have been validated and that are good quality. Solutions. We need to find gathering space for terminologies in Spain and Latin America, a portal of technologies of AI that will be made available to organizations to generate, validate, and sanction terminologies to guarantee the interoperability of existing resources and guaranteeing the visibility of generated resources. This is what we would like to do. This is what we have been working on, preparing this meditated proposal, a proposal that is at the same time realistic, feasible, necessary. We can do this. We don't need too much money to be able to do this, and everybody agrees with this. It is very much needed, and it is difficult to understand why it hasn't been done. The Scientific Research Council, Instituto Cervantes, the AETER, the DGT, the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, the Polytechnic University of Madrid, through the Ontology Engineering Intergroup, all these stakeholders joining action to submit this necessary, feasible, realistic, meditated proposal to be able to design a service to extract and validate terminology based on AI and language models, and on the other hand, a meta-search service of linked terminologies in interoperable formats. We are not NGOs, I promise you. We are not linguist, poets, that are rebels. We are not idealists with useless projects. We believe in quality, multilingualism, open science, and we also think that public resources should be used in the service of everybody and towards public well-being. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Joaquin. It is great to see how efforts are joined, all that has been done, all that we want to be made, and taking into account the different approaches, perspectives, stakeholders, working towards multilingualism and specialized terminologies in different languages. After this general vision, we are now going to see how this approach is applied in a multilingual environment, the European Commission's environment, and specifically DGT. We will now listen to Luis González Jiménez. I'm going to open his presentation so that it is ready. Bear with me. Luis González is representative of DGT, of the European Commission here in Spain. He's going to be talking about the multilingual approach and also his experience as translator and editor. There's been a change in the title, but I will give him the floor so he can explain it himself. There's a lot to talk about, so I'll go a bit quickly. Especially in Joaquin, we've been working together in this joint fight, 17 years, requesting this and trying to launch this platform. Why this title and not a longer title that is the one that I was proposed? Well, it is a complement because we're talking about creation, standardization of language within the institutions, and I cannot really talk on behalf of all European institutions. I am talking, I've been working in the Commission for more than 35 years, and I'm talking about specialized Spanish, also with quotes. This can lead to debate. Let's all understand that it is specialized Spanish, that it used in certain fields of knowledge, different concepts and uses. According to this convention, I will start sharing some reflections based on my experience as a translator and expert in terminology. Very quickly, just to set the scene, there's an asymmetry, there's a clear hegemony of English. It is not hypercentral, it is just pure hegemony. English, we have these percentages on screen. French, yes. In '87, when I started working in Luxembourg, 90% of the original documents were in French, but things change. There's also another interesting aspect that has to do with the leveling effect of languages from translation, but, the speech in the original language is produced, and there can be a leveling effect. And taking into account that in the European Union we produce these speeches in the original language, but we also have to reach target audiences. 55% of this volume of translated texts, these are global figures from last year, refer to legislation. Legislation is the biggest part with regard to implementing terminology. It is not the same to talk about an internal document that to find a good terminology solution within an annex of a regulation. This 55% has grown. In previous years it was under 50, but it allows us to set the scene with regard to the legislative platform as a conveyor of speeches and knowledge towards audiences. Monse has mentioned this before. Translation is an anonymous and collective process. Anonymous, quote unquote. I want to highlight the importance of people, the human factor. We are surrounded by technology, by AI, and references also to these, how they're depicted in series, in films, etc. And that, well, we have, as humans, a limited intervention in all of this, but I don't really agree with this. And even if translation can be considered as anonymous, translation takes place at a specific time and moment, and it is done by a human being. In regard to legislative importance, we have to take into account the communicative aspect and the validation aspect. When it comes to looking at specialized language and its importance in this forum, I thought that maybe, and also due to my experience and my colleagues' experience at the Commission, technical terminology, nomenclatures, are very well grounded, except for neologisms that require other strategies, but all of nomenclatures, technical annexes, we have documents, we have experts. There's a sort of in-between, right? Between the common language and terminology. And within this landscape of data, we have many contributions by European institutions that we could mention for this platform to fill the voids, to create asymmetries between languages. It is said that, the European Union, we don't have British people now anymore, but related to the consolidation of wine terminology, and also Finnish people had to translate wine-related documents. And this requires efforts, and of course this required dialogue with experts, validation process, etc. This is an example of ESCO. It is the nomenclature that includes all possible jobs, occupations, from the highest level in science to the person who takes mail to different departments. And these nomenclatures have been officially validated. As translators, we wanted to be able to intervene in earlier stages when we encounter these differences, these different approaches. Sometimes it is too late. Then we also have the nomenclature of public procurement. In 1987, 60% of our work was related to tenders, with a wide array of terminology, and little by little this is being simplified. Automated terminologies being gathered and are publicly available. This is a collection of nomenclatures and classifications that are available at Eurostat's webpage. They can be downloaded, all these nomenclatures. They are included, they're multilingual, and they're validated. They're accessible to the general public and to translation professionals. What has the European Union, even if I'm talking on behalf of the Commission, but I would consider here that it is best to use European Union to the specialized Spanish? Well, we have a large volume of terminology included in the IAT database. We also have the validation that is undertaken internally of technical translations by translators and experts in terminology, all of them women right now, these experts in terminology, within the translation services of the institutions. We, of course, also externally also validate this. We have a direct relationship with the Spanish public administration, and this is important also when it comes to transposing directives and legislation. Since 2005, we started organizing institutional terminology and translation events that is also related to this current event. The format of Translating Europe is inspired by the events that we launched many years ago. In this regard, the European Union gathers and allows access to this huge amount of open data. Here, this is a screenshot of the European Open Data Portal. It has just been updated. You can see the figures here, data sets, 1,529,659 that are accessible to all citizens. Of course, European institutions defend a fair data strategy. So following this acronym, data that can be circulated, transferred, that can link communities, so to speak. Translation, this might be obvious, but translation of everything that is possible. We have certain fields of expertise that nowadays are not translating anymore due to efficiency or different justification, or we have always defended from the Department of Spanish and other departments in the institutions the need to translate as much as possible. This is important to be able to reason and justify. Also to defend Spanish and its particular needs within the European Union. We are not a procedure language. We have German, French, and English, and Spanish is, together with all the other languages, Estonian, Finnish, of course, highly respectable and used languages, but with their own problematics and that are different to ours. And then also, as an institution, we have to reject the feedback of mistakes, the circularity and feedback of certain mistakes. We're talking about a matter that evolves, that changes as language, and it is important that we take into account that we share it with millions of speakers. In this regard, younger people will probably not remember this. On trains, there was a sign saying, be careful if you look out the window. In this case, this is the contrary. It is not dangerous to look outside. We have to look at what is happening in other contexts. For instance, Instituto Cervantes opened up a debate with regard to different terms, and different experts defended their position.
Embajador de nuestra modesta publicación, pero que ya tiene.
Well, once again, punto y coma here, with long experience in opening reflections, sharing, opening debates, etc. on the Spanish language. What else? Well, what do we need specifically? Joaquin has stated this. We have been looking for this for many years. We need a public structure of support. This has been launched from several institutions. Also at our venue at the European Commission representation in Madrid. And we also, beyond metrics, we need transversal, cross-cutting dynamics to collaborate, to be able to set collaboration between human teams, taking into account strengths and weaknesses. We need to have the awareness of a linguistic community, and I think this doesn't exist yet. We cannot just walk in the room as an elephant. We cannot leave this in the hands of others. We cannot give this responsibility or this power to technology. This also has to do with the validation process that is undertaken at the translation departments of the European Union, and we will also have another ambitious project which would be linked to the validation process at a higher scale, at a pan-Hispanic scale, exchange it, documentation and information through several institutions. Harmonization, it is, well, a particular term that is related to formulas, phraseology, terms, stable collocations. I think it is better to talk about convergence. I'm not very happy with harmonization. It's something that has to do with an internal process. In any case, we need to search for the articulation of the resources of Spanish. We need to seek a true collaboration within the language, not just having servers processing millions of data. We cannot apply collaborative economies to things that do not respond to this dynamic, and we can have these fake approach. Uber is not a collaborative economy. It is intensively using resources, and there's no real collaboration there. We also have to overcome silo cultures. We have to access in a cross-cutting manner resources. We also should have a federated management of terminology, and very importantly, from our European perspective, we need to favor the logic of subsidiarity. What does this mean? It is a European concept according to which we should all do what we're best at. And if you don't have full competencies, just don't do it. And in linguistic terms, we will contribute to this platform as representatives of Euro resources, but it shouldn't be turned, this database should not be turned, for instance, into a reference in the medical field. We should take into account this subsidiarity concept that I just mentioned. This is a quote from a congress that took place 20 years ago to consider language as a common good, and also to fight the in-bulk approach. We need to systemize the feasibility of solutions. For these reasons that are stated here on screen, to work with a global perspective, this is the most important fisheries database. It is called FishBase. As you know, fish species, well, it entail a very wide terminology, and I'm just going to share this practical example regarding a part of translation, and this is a real translation. This is what we received with no context at all. We didn't know if this reply was comment to Parliament intervention. This is something that we received 2 days ago, and fortunately we solved the terminology thanks to the terminology resources that we have. All of this was in the IATE database, and we just had the good solutions in the terminology database. Market makers translated as creadores de mercado, and here we have the definition in English, but at the same time we see that in Argentina they use a different term, which is hacedor de mercado. As a professional of the European Union, I know that I have these references for Spanish in this context, but for somebody in Argentina, this other term will be preferable. The message is, well, being understood little by little. This is a statement. It's taking a long time, but this was stated, as I said, 2 days ago by a political leader here in Spain. Within the strategic projects for economic transformation and recovery, this is something that has to be done by the state. At the end of the quote, it should be in the hands of the state, and no company can take this responsibility. And this is what we expect, to have public support towards this platform that we have been fighting for many years. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for this feisty presentation. We should take note of the human factor, and we should also take note that the European institutions are an example about how there can be a multilingual approach regardless of the hegemony of English. And we also have to emphasize the importance of the dialogue between translators and experts, and there's a lesson: we can all contribute. So there are many ways to contribute. And this said, we are going to introduce the last panelist. What can we teach and what can we learn? Vicent Montant from the University, Jaume I University, he's going to tell us about it. He's an expert in scientific and technical translation, and he's going to approach this from his role as a teacher. Thanks for inviting me to take part in this panel and in this very interesting meeting. I'm going to try to synthesize my approach from my field, which is medical and health translation. There's a master's in medical and health translation in my university, and I will tell you about my opinion about the challenges in specialized translation in this era, in this global era. I will give some ideas that are still being debated, and my purpose is to be able to have a discussion and to fine-tune our position a little bit further. The first thing that I would like to emphasize is the specificities of medical and health translation. These idiosyncrasies are connected to the competences, because that's the term that we use, competences, the competences that are to be developed. I would like to emphasize the importance of the diversity, discursive diversity, and the wide range of target audiences that we address. We're talking about patients, researchers, lab technicians, pharmacologists, etc. And then when we are talking about health campaigns, we are addressing the broad public, like what happened during the pandemic. And this is something very important when it comes to understanding the challenges that we face. The authors of the texts that we translate obviously know a lot about the topic that they are writing on, but they're not always writers or competent communicators. This means that the texts that we have to address, the source texts that we have to work with, often include a series of imprecisions, sometimes errors, and sometimes factual mistakes that we need to take into consideration during the translation process, because these may give rise to a series of problems, and if these problems are not solved, they will create further errors that will have an impact on the well-being, health, and even the life of people. So in this field of medical and health translation, the consequences of translations are very important. And I'm saying this because, well, this is an important thing. I will come back to this topic later on. The second aspect that I want to emphasize is the importance of specialized knowledge, the importance of theme specialization. In my university, Jaume I, the masters that I work in is very much based on the idea that if you want to translate specialized texts, and if you want to adapt them, you really need to understand the content of these texts. And this involves documentation, a good documentation process, but this also involves acquiring a series of fundamental knowledge. Without this specialization in the field, it's very hard to do specialized translation. And in the field of automated translation, it's very hard to proofread texts and catch mistakes in the process of post-edition. And when I talk about specialization, I also talk about communication. We need to understand very well the different contexts, the different situations in which medical and health translation is taking place in. There are contexts that go beyond public institutions, national and international institutions. There's another concept that I would like to highlight, which is versatility. Versatility as a challenge when it comes to education in the future. And merging and putting together specialization and versatility is no easy task. If you put those two things together, these may give rise to different profiles in the future. We know that translators don't just find equivalents from language A to language B. We know that sometimes they have to adapt texts, create content that may be more or less specialized. Sometimes they're part of multidisciplinary teams to address complex communication issues, etc. There are many things that translators do. I think we should also explore different challenges, things that are happening. For example, lately we are witnessing the emergence of specialized medicine. That is, medicine that doesn't provide the same solution for everyone. We're talking about medicine that focuses on each patient's profile or the profile of a group of patients. Medicine is moving in this way. It's moving in the direction of giving more individual care, but communication hasn't advanced or progressed in the same way. I would like to emphasize here the idea of cultural pluralism, but also health pluralism. I'm referring to the specificities of each patient as a potential user of translated information. And when I talk about health pluralism, I would like to add the idea of language or linguistic pluralism. This is something that has been addressed in this meeting and has been mentioned a number of times during this event. And this takes me to the mother tongue of patients. Considering the patient's mother tongue is basic to have a good care, and this has been proved. And here I wouldn't want to just limit ourselves to the main languages. We should also think about the national languages like Catalan, the language in Valencia, or Euskera or Galician. And we should also think about the languages of migrants who need health care in their own languages. There's another phenomenon that we should think about, which is translational medicine. Translational medicine is about the scientific development in the lab moving to the practice and benefiting patients. Translational medicine includes the notion of translation in a metaphoric way, but also in a very literal way. We are talking about how to transform that expert knowledge and how to take it to the different levels of society for it to have an effect in the clinical practice up to the point of reaching the patient. Another aspect that we have to consider is how we're seeing many patients who tell about their experiences with disease, and these stories are going viral on the internet. There's a very interesting work or research that compares how different patients in different languages express themselves differently, and this is very important, not only for communication between patients, and how this communication can provide important facts for health authorities. Patient-focused care is another paradigm that's coming strong. Now, it's not only about focusing very much on the clinical aspects or biomedical. No, we're talking about paying more care to the person itself. In this specific context, we need to facilitate the understanding of texts for people who need that information, not only to know, but also to decide whether or not to take a drug, or to take a drug in the right way. Another aspect that I'm very much interested in is public health. Lately, during the pandemic, we have seen how important multilingual communication is, because there have been different ways of addressing multilingual communication in public health. In countries where the decision made was to reinforce multilingualism, things worked better. There was more trust in the message and in the emitter than in other countries that had a more single language approach. And this takes me to the idea of global health. Right now, global health is moving forward at very high speed as an academic need and as a social need. And there are topics that are arising, like the interactions between global health and climate crisis, how adverse phenomena and the temperature increases are affecting people. New terminology is coming out, new texts are coming out, and they're starting to be disseminated, and we're going to have to start to translate this. I think this is a very interesting topic to be developed. Another aspect that has to be underlined are the new text genres and translation tasks. For example, patient apps are being translated. Then we have multimodality, something that's of paramount importance. The idea of translating text to text. But this wide range needs to be opened up. And from an academic perspective, we need to see what the challenges are. And for example, the final patient needs to use the app, and we need to know. I think we're short on time. I will be really brief. To sum up, We have communication challenges in the communication for all, maximum inclusivity, multimodality, the importance of multilingualism, the importance of mother tongue, and there is another set of technological challenges, automatic translation, both for in the field of translators and in the field of doctors. When can we use these translation tools? What are the risks? We have to see what the limits and the possibilities are. Yesterday we were talking about fluidity and versus precision, how fluidity can mask precision problems. And we need to develop these competences in translation, in automatic translation. And we're not only talking about technical aspects. Then there are ethical challenges too. Each text genre, poses a series of ethical challenges. An informed consent it poses some ethical challenges that other texts don't. So we should approach these texts from a broad perspective, including the ethical dilemma. What do we do when a level or the register is not adequate? This came out in the previous panel. Do we have to intervene on the text? We're talking about what our limits are, or what limits we want to set ourselves based on the communication situation. I would like to talk about specific situations, not about general situations. I think it's better. Then we have, the development of these ethical aspects is very important. And I think there are many opportunities. The way things are evolving, I absolutely agree with Jose Luis when he was talking about opportunities this morning. There are opportunities. Recent work entitled The Outward Turn of Translation Studies talks about this whole new vision of considering how we can study to contribute to solutions, not only in our jobs, but in other jobs. Probably something interesting, an interesting field would be the importance of applied translation for improving multilingual translation in health and medical translation. Many interesting things are being carried out. Yesterday we were talking about developing these competencies in automatic translation to support health professionals who have no option but to use automated translation in their offices, in their practice. That can be a space that opens up. And I want to launch a question for the debate. I would want to consider the dichotomy between professionalized training. I mean, I do think that we need to teach to improve productivity, and then we have the classical idea of higher education in the sense of an ethical perspective with a long-term approach, more complex textual complexity, a higher textual complexity, and maybe we need to rebalance the different aspects. When we work on a text, we have to address problems, and during breakfast we were talking about going over the whole process. We need to position ourselves in specific contexts. We need to see what the problems are, and it's not only about the mechanism of the final solution. I want to leave this open for debate.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your contribution about something that goes beyond translation. You emphasize versatility, pluralism, a more human communication, and more empathic communication, thanks to or regardless of machines, and then people, because this is something that has been mentioned before. People are at the center. I have a question, something that I need to check. Rosie, I think the videos of the two students provide another vision of our profession. So I think to complement this panel, we're going to show the videos and then we will move to the debate. We have two former students, both work in the scientific and technical field in companies. They have worked in-house and another one still works in-house. One works closely with Talgo and the other one works for Airbus. I think one of them, Andrea Fernandez Vivanco, is here, and Elisa Noreña is following us online. We're going to start with Andrea Fernandez. Thank you very much for inviting me to tell you about my experience in the railway sector. I have worked as a freelancer and also in-house. I have focused on the translation of specialized texts, but mostly interpreting in audits, quality inspections, and in meetings between experts. I have focused on German and Spanish, although sometimes I have also done French into Spanish. So maybe my experience may be somewhat different from the English language that you are working on. I wanted to talk about the challenges from my perspective and in my experience, what the challenges are for translators and interpreters in the technical world. One of the main challenges is to position ourselves as capable communicators compared to other professional profiles, like, for example, specialists with languages. And for this end, we need to carry out our profession really well, and we need to be in line with our times, and this can translate in many ways in reality. One thing is to translate using an adequate terminology, but also following the conventions, the language conventions in our mother tongue, and also using in a conscious way all the resources that a specialized linguist has at its reach. For example, terminology resources, CAT tools, other management tools that artificial intelligence provides us with. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I really hope that you have a very fruitful roundtable. Thank you very much.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es...
Thank you very much. My name is Elisa, and I'm a technical translator. I work for Talgo. There are many things that I won't be able to address in 2 minutes. The first thing, I want to tell you about how I was able to specialize myself. I carried out a master's degree that focuses very much on having a scientific and technical basis to or background to be able to address this type of texts. We're not talking about just studying translation, but also studying biology, for example. I also want to tell you that what I found in engineering companies, most engineers know English and produce the texts that we have to translate. And there's a big problem, and that is that texts are not necessarily adequately drafted. Sometimes they're not very well explained, they include errors, and the interpretation may be ambiguous. And here is where we have to come in, and we sometimes have to say this is ambiguous and we need to clarify, because in this field there's no room for ambiguity or errors, so we need to eliminate all of those errors. And lastly, I want to tell you that parallel texts are really useful in this type of translation. Loans from English are always there. We have to look for parallel texts to avoid loans. And please do not hesitate to ask whenever you get a chance. It was very hard to say this in 2 minutes. I want to greet you, and if you have any doubt, please contact me. You can ask for my email, and I'll be here for you. I think we're all on the same wavelength. We have seen that there are different situations. Andrea works on very specialized levels with German and Spanish, and Elisa does, and there are many sectors. This said, I think now it's a time to start the Q&A session. I hope it would be wonderful to have a wonderful debate, but I mean, we have time for debating. I mean, we don't have time for debating the whole day, which is what we would do with this topic. But let's try to have a nice Q&A session.
¿Qué tal? Buenas.
Good afternoon. I had a question from the previous panel that can be also posed here in this panel. I'm Tatiana Hernandez. I come from Mexico, and I'm very much used to multilingualism because Mexico is the second country in terms of language diversity in the whole continent. There are 364 languages, and the catalog of national languages does not include Spanish because although it's the official language. So I would like to ask how valid it is to save or economize in terms of a translation and this is very much connected to the responsibility of translators. We are being increasingly responsible because, well, since 2020, I'm a translator of Nahuatl. There are 30 types of Nahuatl, and I translate the bulletins in the state of Puebla. And in 2019, I had to translate general news. And after the pandemic, I had to start translating many things connected to health and medical topics. So in this sense, I think that the participation of Vincent was very interesting, as well as the seminar that took place yesterday, because health terminology will probably have more relevance in the future, and this affects translators. And this is very much connected to ethical aspects because at least in Nahuatl, for example, none of these diseases existed. So a resource that I had to use was to translate literally the health problems or use the community context. We have to see what type of diseases we're talking about because we not only had to translate informational text, we also had to translate texts that really would influence whether people would get vaccines or not. And there's a lack of terminology in these languages, and we're talking about diseases that are not common. So I think translators have much responsibility. We have a big responsibility, particularly in this field, and this is very much connected to empathy and ethics. And all these aspects are going to become more and more serious because of the climate crisis, health crisis, and all these crises. This is a very relevant comment because it makes it clear that what we are studying is very broad. So on the one hand, we need these harmonization processes, and then we also see that at the same time, we have to pay attention to the specificities of each communication context. Each cultural group has different needs, and we need to respond to this pluralism. It's not all about harmonizing and unifying. There's a something very important that is the other way around. And thank you very much for telling us about it, because you're speaking from a very multilingual cultural context, not only in terms of linguistic expressions, but also there's a different cosmovision of disease. So thank you very much for your contribution, and I really hope that you keep researching on this topic.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We were talking about patients' narrations, and we were talking about the need to harmonize terminology and validating terminology. It's very much accepted that sometimes patients use medical terminology, but I don't know if in this new type of narratives there may be terms that may not be used by doctors. For example, obstetrics violence. Professionals really rejected this term, but patients used it very much. I don't know if permeability only goes one way. What's your opinion? I'm not a specialist in medical translation, but I want to say something that is connected to what you said, that that path that goes just one way. This brought to my mind a controversy in Italy. There was a term, I don't know what the Italian original term was, Gianluca can tell us, but it was translated in Spanish as encarnizamiento terapéutico, which can be roughly translated as carnage, therapeutical carnage. For example, there was someone who was in a very tragic situation, and she had decided that if she were in such a situation, she didn't want to remain alive. But the doctors decided to keep her alive no matter what. And there was this term, in Italian it was accadimento terapeutico. It was translated roughly as carnage. Therapeutical carnage, it's an oxymoron, because if you are healing, you're not implementing a carnage. I think this double direction in knowledge is very interesting, and these cases that we are starting to witness are very interesting from a translation perspective and a cultural perspective. We see how texts are written in different cultures, in different contexts, and this helps us understand your question. Your question could be addressed in a project, in a graduate project or thesis. It could be the topic of a thesis. We could carry out a detailed description of the use of the term, whether in what cases a more biomedical term is chosen, and in what cases the term used is more or less metaphoric, closer or farther to the patient's experience. So I want to encourage you to answer to the question with research. This is a very relevant question, and we don't have any answers yet. You could even present this thesis to the scientific culture call of the foundation that I work for, because this is citizens technology. With your question, you really got yourself in a pickle. Now you're going to have to write a thesis, run into this project, and to encourage you to proceed with this work. Ay, poor girl. And to encourage you to elaborate on this question. This is something that we considered when we were working on this platform. Something that we consider when it comes to medical terminology. Sometimes we hear questions like, we want you to work on terminology, on that terminology, like, for example, all those tags that the doctor needs to diagnose. But what's important here is exactly what you're saying. There are terms I mean, the terminology is full of connotations. I encourage you to proceed to pursue your thesis. I think there was another question, Juan Gabriel López. I will be really brief. I don't want to write any thesis, please. And when is Termes going to be launched? Is there a date yet? Is there any feasible launching date? This is like a pregnancy. They're in the first quarter. You have to give the floor to Elias from the CSIC. Will we ever see it in our lifetimes? Termes won't have that name. But we don't want to introduce the final name because we don't want to jinx it. Tomorrow we'll get the money. The only thing that we're waiting for is the money that we will be getting tomorrow. Just in line with what you're saying, we should never forget in the framework of this meeting that Spain will hold the presidency of the European Union during the second term of 2023. And one of the topics that will be very important is how to address, or how Spain, as President of the European Union, will address the main topic of the last terms, which is multilingualism. And Termes, or the platform previously known as Termes. I'm not going to mention the new name because if Joaquin doesn't want to spill the beans, I'm not going to do it. I think from a political perspective and in terms of alliances between the different ministries, terminology is going to be posed as Spain's contribution when it comes to multilingualism. And Termes, the platform, will be the protagonist of this contribution. Bea will tell you more about this in the afternoon. Poor Bea, she's going to have a hard job this afternoon. I want to make a very brief comment. Inma mentioned the Spanish presidency during the second semester of 2023. José Luis may be able to complement what I'm saying, but we would like to have a big event focused on language, Spanish language and the presence of Spanish. And we have the great privilege in the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology to be the organizers in everything that is connected to the presidency and science. And we consider that specialized terminology is one of the main topics in terms of what will be done during this semester. Many projects are coming out of this meeting. When I was talking about digital simplicity, I didn't want to be interpreted as someone who's like a technological hater. The term was coined by Juan Antonio Millás, who's a friend of mine, and he used that term, papanatismo digital, which can be roughly translated as technological simplism. In the white paper on artificial technology from the European Union, they talk about creating a trust ecosystem when it comes to digitalization, because there's certain reluctancy. You can't believe in an uncritical way that artificial intelligence is going to solve all problems. When is AI positive? When it solves our problems, but if it creates precariousness, if AI generates relations that are not favorable for society, well, that's when we have to question it. I'm in favor of digitalization with a human face. That's why it's very important. Everything connected to research in new technologies is very important. Everything connected to new technological progress needs to come hand in hand with social sciences and humanities. AI is not a technological aspect, and digitalization isn't. Same thing for digitalization. It's not a matter of engineers, language technicians. Many technologies are involved, and yours is one more. If there are no further questions, I have a question myself. After hearing what's being said here and after listening to the previous panel, I keep hearing about the quality of texts, of source texts. So shouldn't we start there? And in connection with that image of the expert humanist, which is kind of like a contradiction, shouldn't we introduce the topic of drafting capacity in the careers of experts for them to draft adequate texts for us to be able to translate them properly without the text needing editing? I'm going to answer really briefly. I don't know if it's a matter of scientists to learn how to write better. I think we're talking about skills that are very much connected to communication and the use of that communication. Communication can be perceived as a production of use or the production of beauty. We haven't talked about literary translation. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about here. Easy language, I think, in my opinion, it doesn't have anything to do with beauty. In sciences, we always say that there's a double translation. I don't know if this is what you're talking about. You do a double translation, the purely language translation and the translation that has to do with understanding and improving the consumption of that text. We're talking about a twofold approach. Translation can be very well combined with interpretation, but also with this idea of correction or editing and communication. I think the question is very interesting, and it has much to do with academic and university training. This is a very complex aspect because we're talking about curricula, we're talking about percentages, priorities, anything connected, in my opinion, with more social, humanistic aspects, I think is being relegated in general. It's a personal opinion. That's the impression that I get. This is something that we could reflect on. I think texts that aim at being published in first-line journals, in those texts, well, people make an effort to write them adequately. But there are other fields or other levels. And the other aspect that I wanted to comment on, Steven Pinker, the linguist, there's something that he refers to as the curse of knowledge. The curse of knowledge. When we have an expert that has been researching, reading for years and is very specialized. So that expert has a very specific mindset and a bias when he or she writes. And it's very difficult to change that. This is something that I just want to mention. It's not easy to solve because there are very few good communicators. To answer your question, I encourage you to check a roundtable that we organized in 2002 that was called Translators as Specialists and Specialists as Translators. It was a congress that we held in Almagro. Spain was the president in 2002, and it can be checked in the website of the Instituto Cervantes. It's the same dichotomy as the scientific and disseminator, or the disseminator scientific. I want to echo what Gabriel was saying. If we start working on these skills from elementary school, and if those skills start being developed early on, they could students would make it to university with those skills, and that would be ideal. And you also talked about the importance of social skills and humanities and the inclusion of all these fields when it comes to AI. In the thesis presented last week, someone was mentioning this, and we heard that of all the data that we have on the internet, half are numeric and the other half are linguistic, and this confirms what you just said. Also, Luis was talking about the translation of texts coming from hard sciences and physical and natural sciences that are sciences that aim at having a total absence of interpretation in their statements and facts. Translation there is very automatic. I think Google Translate could do a good job at translating these topics. Well, this is like about that. I was just trying to be provocative. So the total absence of interpretation and the very objective drafting allows for very literal translation. But if you are talking about philosophy or history or economy, particularly if it's a very specific economy, I read a paper on Spanish lexicography that was written in English, and the words in Spanish were in italics. In the texts that we are mentioning, there's a capacity to the idea is to transmit certain nuances that can be interpreted and make it possible to follow threads in the text to other lines of research. And there's something that we haven't commented on. Most Spanish scientists or Latin American scientists that work in high-level publications have their own translators, and nobody says this. They all say, no, I want to publish in English, and we all think that they want to publish in English because they are super proficient in English and they think in English and they are all talking English in their labs. But that's absolutely not the case. They have translators, and I think the role of scientific translators is very relevant, because often they're not translation experts. They're usually students or postdoc students who are in the labs and who have had an English training, and they can translate very well in that topic. But they probably don't know much about translation itself. And there are countries like France that are promoting that type of translation of specialized texts for their scientists, not to compete on, well, for their scientists to play at the same level with the rest of technical scientist teams. I want to show you a video. The one that we didn't show during the first panel is a former student who works at the European Parliament in Luxembourg.
¿Alguien puede darle a este? Gracias. Y sí, ya está. A ver, vídeos, mesa 1. Este es.
Hello, I'm Miriam Campos. I work at the European Parliament as a translator, or as we call it now, professional of languages and interculturality. I work from English, French and Italian into Spanish. I studied law at the University of Murcia and then the degree in translation and interpretation at the University of Salamanca. Before coming here to the European Parliament, I worked in several companies and at the Court of Justice of the European Union. I was a lawyer, linguist, then I had a grant and then a temporary agent. Now I am a civil servant at the European Parliament in Luxembourg. What I really like about my job is the great variety of topics. I mainly translate legal, technical documents, but also many texts aimed at the general audience and in several formats. Not long ago, I participated in the subtitling project into Spanish of the film that was awarded with the award by the public, given by the Parliament and the European Academy of Cinema. We adapt all the messages of the institution to a more clear and simple language, not for this reason more simplist, that creates podcasts and radio programs. The Parliament, as you can see, doesn't only need people with a classical profile of translators, but also professionals with versatile skills who are capable of taking on new tasks and working with new technologies and a language that is more aimed at the general public. Hello to everyone. I hope you enjoy really this event, and especially to my colleague who is there with you. Thank you.
Sí, creo que ahora vamos a comer, pero bueno, antes.
Well, thank you again to our panelists for their passionate contributions to this roundtable. Thank you for the active debate and for fighting in name of this course that has an impact on all of this. To all of you, continue traveling through the specialized communication sphere here in Spain and around the world. Thank you.
Prácticas antes de que nos vayamos de la sala.
Just before we leave the room, we will start the third round table at 3 p.m. So please be back by that time. Thank you.